Mr. Murray, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. How have you been?
Nice.
Nice.
We're surviving the hoax, I guess. Some people
Marianne,
think
it's
it's
gonna
that.
take 2 seconds to get situated. We'll get Mr. Demopoulos on his way in just 1 second.
Hi, Patrick Creedon, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, what case are you here for this evening?
43430 farm.
That's at 9:20.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. You can stay there, sir. Mute yourself, please. Okay. It is 8:55. Mary Ann will get started. It is September 16, 2021. You are in courtroom number 1. I am Judge Lisa Martin. This is the misdemeanor docket for Van Buren Township and the airport. If you are not here for a misdemeanor case involving either Van Buren Township or Wayne Metro Airport, you are in the wrong courtroom. You should check your notice and get logged into the right courtroom. First case we have is 2104320M. This would be Van Buren Township versus Timothy Andres. Appearances, please, attorneys.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge Greg Demopoulos on behalf of Timothy Andrus, who is behind me seated in a chair.
Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. We were last here on July 15, 2021. I have had an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor and to Mr. Demopoulos, and I believe that the defendant is seeking an adjournment of this matter.
Your Honor, I think the co-defendant is, and I understand that there may be a new video that we would be interested in seeing, so we don't object.
October 7th or November 4th?
Judge, I have a jury on the 7th. The 4th would be fine of November.
The pretrial is adjourned to November 4th, 2021 at 9 a.m. That return date will be in courtroom number 3 with Judge Tina Brooks Green. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor, that would be a live hearing then in court.
No, sir. Back by Zoom.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Oops. Mr. Murray, what are you here for?
Your Honor, good morning. I'm here on the co-defendant in this case, Anthony Stevens, who's physically present with me.
I did not realize that was the (2104310M) Van Buren Township versus Anthony Paul Stevens. Mr. Murray, I would have called them at the same time. I didn't realize they were companions.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. James W. Murray, P48047. I represent Mr. Stevens, who's physically present with me.
And is it accurate that these cases need to travel together?
I think so.
So we are adjourning the pretrial to November the 4th, 2021 at 9 a.m. And that's back by Zoom with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
No, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too, sir.
Thank you.
This is 21VB013980M, Van Buren Township versus Justino Garcia.
That's it. Present, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, this case is before me this morning with the notation that it is a motion to set aside judgment.
I don't understand, Your Honor. I just wanted to plead guilty.
I don't, Ms. Manarino, should this more accurately be an arraignment and pretrial?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, it's alleged that on July 18, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed the sole misdemeanor of retail fraud. Sir, this is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. Before I read these allegations to you, you indicated that you just wish to plead guilty, sir. Is that accurate, or did you want the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney in this matter?
No, ma'am. Just wanted to plead guilty.
Mr. Garcia, before we proceed with any plea in this matter, I must advise you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, but in as much as the Van Buren Township Public Safety is the one that issued this citation to you, I wanted to make you aware of that relationship, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still wish to enter a plea this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
There is an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to this retail fraud charge, sentence in this matter could be delayed for 6 months, which means that as long as you incur no new criminal offenses during this 6-month period of time, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Freely pleading guilty.
And you're pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on July 18, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed the act of retail fraud by taking property valued at $44.22 from the Walmart without tendering payment for that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. As previously indicated, that plea will includes a 771.1 delayed sentence for 6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses, the matter again will be reviewed for dismissal. Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you work and how long have you been there?
31 years, Arch Residential Tree Service.
Prior to July 18th of this year, when was the last time you had contact with law enforcement?
None, Your Honor.
Is there anything you want to tell me before I assess fines and costs in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Manarino, is Walmart seeking restitution of any sort in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, the court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. Their $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's a total of $445. Are you able to pay that within the next 30 days or do you need more time?
In the next 30 days would be fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Then, sir, what the file will indicate that is that the court has accepted your plea in this matter, that you will pay within 30 days. And if for some reason you're unable to pay that $445, you can go online to the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit an email request for a payment plan, or you can call the court's collection department and set up a payment plan, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can I pay right at the
Anything-
courthouse?
You can pay at the courthouse, yes, sir. You can bring it to the court, you can pay it online, or you can mail it into the court. There's a drop box out in front of the courthouse as well.
Yes, ma'am. And what is that
Anything
again?
else? $445,
Okay.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Garcia?
No, ma'am.
We're all set, sir. Have a good day and best wishes to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Mr. Jadala was with Ms. Thompson before. Is Mr. Jadala here or no?
No, I don't see him. I don't see Mr. Bowditch either.
I see that. That's going to be an issue for me in about 2.5 seconds.
Mr. Bowditch is in the building though. He's here.
I know, I've seen him this morning. This is 20VB036460M, Van Buren Township versus Rodney Earl Ross.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Rodney Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. When we were here previously, you did appear improper representing yourself. Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, there is no offer on this matter. I'm not sure how Mr. Ross wants to proceed.
Mr. Ross, how do you intend to proceed this morning?
I'd like to take a trial.
You like to have a trial date scheduled?
Yes, please.
Mary Ann?
Yes. Give me 1 second.
Trial date. When do we next have Van Buren?
That's I'm gonna check. Hold on.
Thank you.
Judge, you don't have Van Buren again.
So how will we then schedule the trial? On the back end of Judge Green's docket, or do we just put it over to Judge Green? You're muted, Ms. Manarino, if you're giving some guidance.
No, Judge, I was just speaking with the court officer about Mr. Bowditch's location. He's apparently in front of Judge Oakley right now.
Yes, he is. He's in front of Judge Oakley. I just left Judge Oakley and he is there.
In terms of the trial date though, Your Honor, I'm happy to schedule a date that's convenient for the court, even if it's not on my regular docket day.
If we go on the tail end of the 10-7 docket, where you're here for Judge Green, Mary Ann, can you see if that's possible? I don't know how we're supposed to do this when we're at the end of our quarters.
Right, I'm gonna pull up her calendar. 1 second, please.
Thank you. Mr. Zayed, your client's name, please?
Brittany Gary, Your Honor.
Is she there with you or is she on separately?
No, she's on separately. We're at 9:10.
Okay.
Hour and a half Saturday, and it was an hour on Wednesday, an hour yesterday. Yeah, so 1.5 on Saturday. Yeah, I've been sending you emails so you can document it.
Mr. Jadala, if you mute yourself for 1 second, I'm going to call Ms. Thompson's case next.
So it was an hour and a half on Saturday, and then it was an hour when they called me Wednesday afternoon, an hour yesterday.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Jadala.
Good
I'm
morning.
going to
Your
call
Honor.
Ms. Thompson's case next. I'm just trying to get a trial date from Mr. Ross.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ross, stay put for 1 second. My secretary is working on that trial date. I'm going to call another matter, but don't leave. We'll get you a date before you leave this morning.
Judge.
Okay, Your Honor.
This is
Thank you.
two. Oh, sorry, Mary Ann.
Yep, Van Buren is done on that day at 10:30. So if you want to schedule it after 10:30, I don't know if Angela waits until the end of Judge Green's calling you do. Well, her last pretrial is at 12:30.
Is at 12:30?
Right, but the last end of her docket is the airport. So I don't know what Angela does.
If we did the trial at 1 o'clock on 10-7,
If that works for the court, that's fine with me.
Mary Ann, we don't have anything on 10-7? That sounds like a bad day for some reason.
I'm double checking right now.
Don't tell me that.
Bad in terms of scheduling. Something is scheduled on the 7th. Oh, yep. Nope. The 1 o'clock will work, but that's 10/7 trial at 1 p.m.
Can we do it again? And can we do that through Zoom or no?
Do you want Zoom or do you want in person, sir?
I'd rather do it on Zoom because I'm in Jackson, Michigan,
Okay.
and I have no car.
October 7th, 2021 at 1 p.m. by Zoom.
October 7th.
Any
Okay.
witnesses that you intend to present, any evidence that you wish the court to review, Mr. Ross, should be, you should get your witnesses subpoenaed, get your evidence submitted to the court, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Ross?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, you need to advise you that you have a payment plan in another case that was supposed to start on July the 29th. That's a distracted driving case.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay.
taking care of that real short.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're all set. Have a good day. This is 21BB00848OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Imogene Thompson. Appearances, please.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Out of respect for Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P6186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Thompson. Your Honor, I believe today was, just wanted to verify if it was set for a final pretrial or not, Your Honor.
It is set for a final pretrial today where the complaining victim must be present.
Your Honor, she is on the phone with me. Ms. Hughes, can you state your name for the court?
I couldn't hear the name. What is it?
Can you state your name again, please, Ms. Hughes?
Lisa Hughes.
Elena Hughes?
It's Lisa Hughes, Your Honor.
Lisa Hughes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, if I could briefly speak to Mrs. Thompson and explain.
Absolutely. Marianne will get you moved into a breakout room. Mr. Zayed, are you still here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 21BB00786 A and B, Van Buren Township versus Brittany Gary.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Justin Zaid appearing on behalf of Miss Gary, who is present and consents to proceed via Zoom. Brittany, can you state your full name for the record?
Brittany Gary.
Thank you. This matter is scheduled for pretrial this morning. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe that we have reached a plea agreement in this matter. We're going to, Miss Gary is going to.
Wait. I'm sorry. There's somebody who is, thank you. There we are. I'm sorry, Ms. Manarino, the plea is?
Your Honor, Ms. Gary is going to plead guilty to an amended charge of operating while visibly impaired. The original charges would be dismissed.
That's an accurate recitation of the agreement, Your Honor.
And for the impeding traffic?
That would be dismissed, Your Honor.
Ms. Gary, were you able to hear the attorneys this morning?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that you will be tendering a plea this morning to the added count of operating while visibly impaired and the original charge of operating under the influence with an occupant less than 16 years old would be dismissed, as well as the civil infraction?
To my knowledge, yes, I believe so.
And that is how you wish to proceed this morning?
Right.
And Mr. Zayed, before I take your client's plea this morning, I want to disclose to you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department that issued the citation in this matter. Knowing that information, do you still wish to proceed with the plea this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Gary, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see witnesses put forth by the prosecution or present witnesses or evidence on your own behalf.
No, I'm not sure. I thought that I didn't believe that I was pleading guilty at first.
Do you need to speak to your attorney?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Mary Ann, would you put them in a breakout room, please? We'll go back on the record in the Emma Jean Thompson case that ends in 8488. Mr. Jadala, you've had an opportunity to speak to your client this morning.
I do, Your Honor. And at this time, Your Honor, my client would like an in-person bench trial. She understands the right she is waiving and that she has a right to a jury trial. She understands she's going to be waiving that right in respect to requesting an in-person bench trial.
Ms. Thompson, did you hear Mr. Jadala this morning?
Yes.
And is your desire to proceed to an in-person bench trial in this matter? Ms. Manarino and Mr. Jadala, give me 1 second.
Sure.
And that's my niece.
The person that's listed as Marjan, can you hear me?
Progress.
Mr. Jadala, Ms. Manarino, my apologies for that. We're just trying to figure out the scheduling thing. The live bench trial for Ms. Thompson will be on October the 7th, 2021 at 1:30. And that's with me in courtroom number 1, Ms. Thompson upstairs from where you are right now. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
We're all set. Ms. Thompson, you're all set. Have a good day, ma'am.
You too. You too.
Back on the record in the case ending 786, Brittany Gary. Mr. Zayed, have you had an opportunity to speak to your client?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize for the confusion. Ms. Gary was under the impression that she was being told to plead guilty to the original charge, not the deal that we agreed on. So she's ready to proceed.
Yeah.
So again, where I believe I was, Ms. Gary, is that you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning to the amended count of operating while visibly impaired, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Correct.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty to the added count?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Correct.
Ms. Gary, is it true that on March 17, 2021, in Van Buren Township, you operated a vehicle while visibly impaired?
It's true, yeah, that I was behind the wheel. Impaired.
No worries. Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Zayed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the amended count of operating while visibly impaired, the impeding traffic, and the original misdemeanor charge will be dismissed. The court's going to refer the matter to probation for interview and sentencing, scheduling of a sentencing date. Ms. Gary, does your phone number still end in 4758?
Correct.
And your email address, please, ma'am?
It's Wilkerson, WILKERSON _ Brittany, BRITTANY at yahoo.com.
Ma'am, you will be getting phone calls and emails from the probation department with information for you to complete and return to them. They'll need that to schedule your interview and schedule your sentencing date in this matter. Please respond to them promptly.
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Zayed?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gary, your previously entered bond with any conditions will continue. Have a good day, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one, Your Honor.
Thank you. Miss have you seen Miss Belcher this morning?
No, ma'am.
He's here, Your Honor.
Okay.
She's, I believe, in another courtroom right now.
I thought I heard her voice with Judge Green a second ago, so I will put her on the side. She's with Holly Zahil.
Yeah, that's where she is, in Judge Green's courtroom.
Mr. Charlesworth.
Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Petrowski, wonderful. This is 21BB015200OD, Van Buren Township versus David Robert Charlesworth II. Appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Tom Piotrowski, P40021, on behalf of Mr. Charlesworth, who's joined us here in the Zoom conference. David, would you identify yourself by stating your name, please?
Name is David Robert Charlesworth II.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. For the purposes of arraignment, what do you say, Mr. Petrowski?
You stand mute, wait formal reading.
As to bond in this matter, sir?
Yeah, this is my client's first time offense. He's a lifelong resident of the area. He's gainfully employed full time. We would ask for a personal bond.
Any objection to a personal bond, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Bond is set at 5,000 personal. Mr. Charlesworth, you don't need to post anything, but what you must do is present yourself at any scheduled proceeding, any additional scheduled proceedings in this matter. During the pendency of this case, you are to consume no intoxicating substances, okay?
Yes.
And for the purposes of pretrial, Mr. Petrowski.
I just filed my appearance yesterday. Just looking for discovery from the prosecutor, please. And just need maybe a few weeks to digest that and go over it with my client.
October 7th or November 4th?
October 7th is a good date.
I'll make a notation in the file that discovery has been requested. The pretrial will be adjourned to October the 7th, 2021. That will be at 8:50 a.m. and that is with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Petrowski?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you very much.
We're all set. Have a good day, sir. You're all set,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Charlesworth.
All right, thank you.
I saw Officer Schuler here for 43430, which is scheduled at 9:20. Do we have Leisha Quorum here? Kelly Grubau.
There are unidentified people in the waiting room. I don't know if you want me to pull them in now or if you, whatever you want me to do, I'll do.
Well, I'll try to get rid of who's here so we can clear up some of this space. Amanda Myers scheduled at 9 o'clock. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here.
Ms. Myers, are you in the correct courtroom?
I believe so. Actually, I don't even know if I was supposed to appear. I believe that it said on my thing that I was supposed to appear, but then it said it was adjourned because it was review for restitution. So I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do.
Do you have a notice with you? Do you have a notice with you right now, ma'am?
Yes. Hold on.
Look at it. I don't think you're in the right courtroom.
It says
if you're scheduled for today, ma'am, I'm going to have you just get your notice. I don't think you're in the right courtroom because I don't have a file for Amanda Myers.
Okay, I have it right here. Like I said, it says it's just review Thursday, 9/16/21 at 9 a.m. But then underneath it, it says the above matter is adjourned from review for restitution. But it said at the top that I was directed to appear.
Appear where?
Judge Lisa Martin. And the ID was 5807078882.
Ms. Myers, you don't have anything scheduled. I don't have the court's calendar up at right now. I can't look at where you're supposed to be at what time.
Judge, it does have it on our docket at 9 o'clock for a review, and I just looked it up on our JIS, and that's what it says. So file must be down with probation. I'll give them a call.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Myers, mute yourself. We'll let you know where you're supposed to be, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Is the attorney here for Alicia Paris?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 20VB05569, Van Buren Township versus Alicia Ann Paris. Appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Olga Yermolenko on behalf of Ms. Paris, who is present by video. Ms. Paris, can you state your name, please?
State your name, Ms. Paris.
Alicia Paris. Can you hear me?
Thank you, ma'am. Today, yes, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have reached a plea agreement in this matter where we will amend the open intoxicants charge to disorderly person. It's my understanding that Ms. Paris is going to plead guilty to that. We'd ask the court to take that under 771 for a period of 6 months. And as part of that plea, Ms. Paris has also agreed not to contest the forfeiture of the firearms.
I'm sorry, she's agreed to what?
Not to contest the forfeiture of the firearms.
And that is correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Paris, were you able to hear the attorneys this morning?
Yes.
And is your intention to enter a plea of guilty to the amended count of disorderly person.
Yes.
Understanding that if you enter a plea this morning, sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months, and so long as you pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. You understand that, Ms. Paris?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I proceed to take your client's plea, counsel, I wanted to advise you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the law enforcement agency that issued the citation to your client in this matter.
Your Honor, we're ready to proceed. I don't have an objection.
Thank you. Ms. Parrish, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty to being a disorderly person?
No, ma'am.
Is it true that on November 7th, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person contrary to local ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense is satisfied.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of being a disorderly person. Your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months pursuant to 771.1 sub 2 as agreed to and stipulated by the parties. As for sentencing in this matter, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of Ms. Paris?
Yes, Your Honor. I would state that Ms. Paris is 33 years old. She is gainfully employed with Michigan Medicine in Ann Arbor. She is also attending nursing school. She is scheduled to graduate from nursing school in December of this year. She's a single mother and raising her daughter on her own on top of a full-time job and going to school. For those reasons, Your Honor, I would ask for non-reporting probation and reasonable fines and costs.
Thank you, ma'am. It is non-reporting probation. The court is going to assess a fine of $300, cost of $200. There's crime victims of 75, mandatory state costs of 50, and fund fee of 20. That's a total of $645. If your client needs a payment plan, she can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, submit an email request for a payment plan. Or she can call the court's collections department to set a payment plan. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Paris?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Paris, we're all set. Have a good day and good luck to you, ma'am. Mary Ann, if you want to bring those other people in and get them identified.
Morning, Judge. Sorry for the delay.
Good morning, Mr. Bowditch.
The person by the name of Mary, can you hear me? Adam, can you hear me?
Yes,
What's your last name, please?
Sirota,
I'm sorry?
Sirota,
What time oh, you're supposed to be here at 9:20. Thank you.
Mary Ann,
Yes?
I'm doing a Miss Zeal for Miss Belcher.
This is 21VB01167OM, Van Buren Township versus Holly Zeal.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Miss Zeal in place of the attorney of record, Miss Belcher.
Thank you. And Ms. Zeal is here. Ms. Zeal?
Yes, I am.
State your name, ma'am.
Holly B. Zeel, Zehel.
Today is a day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, could I speak with Ms. Manorino only shortly?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. It'll be brief.
Sir, with it looks like a white or a gray t-shirt with drapes in the background. Your name with the beard, please.
Oh, my name Adam Orange.
No. Oh, you're blind. You're with the grandfather clock, sir. Man with the braids.
Shaquilla Davis.
Marianne, go ahead.
Ma'am, the woman who has the yellow shirt on, can you hear me?
Yes.
What is your name? I'm sorry.
I'm the guardian for Adam Orange. My name is Shaquilla Davis.
Owen is the last name?
Orange.
Orange, thank you.
You've already been in with Ms. Manorino, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor. I need a brief comment.
Back on the record is Zeal. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I need a brief conversation with Ms. Zeal.
Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I am wonderful, sir. How are you?
Good.
Your client is in our waiting room. I'm bringing him in right now. Will you be ready to proceed, or do you need to speak to him or Ms. Manorino?
Manorino.
I'm sorry?
Speak to the prosecutor, Judge. If I could.
Marianne's going to send you an invitation to join her in the breakout room.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mays.
Good morning, Your Honor. I've got multiple Zoom devices working at the same time.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, three.
Let's stop talking so Marianne can get these people identified.
I have an airport case and I need to meet with the prosecutor if I could, please.
Yeah, I'm here, Judge.
Mr. Quinn, who is your client?
David Dinkins.
Mr. Mays, I'm sorry, you said you needed to meet with Mr. Mena?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Who are you looking for? Should be here somewhere.
The person with the name of Mary, can you hear me?
What is she here for?
It's for restitution. You would know something about 40 days.
We didn't get anything from the. Mr. Hill, did you go in with Ms. Manorino?
Sorry, Judge.
This is 18V002366A and B 181786OT. These are Van Buren Township versus Harold Adam Lee.
Angela Manorino on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Hill, P68445 on behalf of Mr. Lee. I think you said my client's here, Judge.
He is here. State your name for me, please, Mr. Lee.
Harold Adam Lee.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in the two misdemeanor matters. The civil infraction of the no proof of insurance is in default. Mr. Lee owes the court $478 in that matter. For the two misdemeanors, how are we proceeding this morning, Mr. Hill?
Judge, my client's going to avail himself of the offer. He'll be pleading to an amended charge of allowing unlicensed person to drive.
And dismissing that second misdemeanor for the registration plate.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Hill, before I accept your client's plea in this matter, I wanted to advise you that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the issuing law enforcement agency in this matter.
I have no objection, Judge, to you proceeding.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, were you able to hear the attorneys this morning regarding the plea that you will be entering in this matter?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Judge.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Correct.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Correct.
Sir, is it true that on April 19, 2018 in Van Buren Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, yes, Judge.
Satisfied, Mr. Hill?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee, the court accepts your plea to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The original driving while license suspended will be dismissed, as will the registration and or plate violation from that same April 19, 2018 date. Mr. Hill, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
We cleared up pretty much everything, Judge. There's one more stop in Livonia. I do have a request as it relates to the defaulted civil infraction the court made reference to. Is there any way the court would consider taking away any late fees or penalties on that defaulted one?
Not on a 2018 case, Mr. Hill.
I gotta ask, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. The court in this matter will impose a fine of $300. There's costs of, $300 fine, $200 costs. There's a $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 bench warrant fee, and $45 FAC. That's $740. Mr. Hill, if your client needs time to pay that amount, he can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan. Or he can call the court's collection department to establish a payment plan.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hill?
No, Judge.
Mr. Lee, we're all set. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, are you still with us?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Myers, I want to offer you my apology, and this is 21BB012570M. I had misfiled your file. It is here. It was scheduled for review for restitution this morning. The prosecutor was supposed to provide any documentation as to the restitution amount sought to Attorney Dan Batard within 30 days. That 30 days would have put us at September 5th. Mr. Batard, have you received any information regarding restitution in this matter?
I'm sorry, Judge, what matter was this?
Myers, Amanda Myers. It was scheduled at 9 o'clock.
Didn't even know that was up on the docket today, Judge. I was here on something else, but I don't believe I've received anything with respect to restitution on Ms. Myers.
Ms. Manarino, did you send anything regarding restitution?
I did not, Your Honor.
Ms. Myers, inasmuch as there has been no information regarding restitution as indicated previously by the court, the previously imposed sentence is all that remains outstanding in this matter. You owe the court $345. If you have not already established a payment plan, please contact the court to do so, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Have a good day.
You too, thanks.
Did Alicia Quorum appear?
We're ready on
Kelly
Zeal, Your Honor.
Grubau. I'm sorry?
Ready on Zeal, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could have a breakout with my client, Mr. Shara, we have a plea worked out, I believe.
We're just going to scream out all day. That's fine. Not a problem. Mary Ann will put you into a breakout room with your client.
Thank you.
Peter Vasher. Mary Lynn Craven. Ms. Craven.
Judge Attorney Sam Richardala, I'm here on Ms. Craven. I'm not sure if she's responding or not.
She's not responding. I'm going to keep going down. There's people in the waiting room. There's people in our main session, so I'll see if I can get somebody out of here. Adam Serrata.
Yes.
This is 210601 and 210698. These are both Van Buren Township versus Adam P. Serrata.
Angela Maynard.
Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignments and pretrials in both of these matters. It is alleged that on July 8th, 2021 in Van Buren Township, on two separate occasions, you committed retail fraud. Sir, these misdemeanors are both punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For the purposes of arraignment, were you looking to proceed on your own, or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
I'll proceed on my own.
And for purposes of arraignment, how do you wish to proceed, sir?
Guilty.
Sir, do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind, you won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or present a defense on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Serrata, before we proceed, I wanted to advise you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the law enforcement agency that issued these citations to you. Do you still wish to proceed with your pleas in these matters?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promising anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Is it true that on July 8, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Meyer at 9701 Belleville Road
In progress.
and concealed merchandise belonging to Meyer approximately $12.99 and did not offer payment for that item?
Yes.
Is it also true that on July 8, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you returned to Myers at 5:40 p.m. and removed property valued at $47.97 and didn't offer payment for that?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty in both of these matters. Is there anything you'd like to say before sentence is imposed?
No.
Have you already been to Judge Oakley's this morning?
Yes.
Is restitution sought from Meyer in either of these matters, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor, in the amount of $60.96.
Sir, in the case that ends in 698, the one from 11:45 a.m., The court is going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75, restitution of $12.99, state cost of $50, and fund fee of $20. If you need to set a payment plan in this matter, you can contact the court's collection department and do that. That's $457.99. For the second case from 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 5:04, I believe the time was, 5:40, my apologies. The court's going to impose the same fine of $200, cost of $100, crime victims of $75, restitution of $47.97, state cost of $50, fund fee of $20. Same as in the previous matter, sir. You can contact the court's collection department should you wish to make a payment plan in this matter if you're unable to pay that amount within 30 days. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, sir?
No.
We're all set. Have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Duncan, good morning, sir.
Hello, Judge. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Your client's name?
My client's name is Joseph Lamb.
Lamb, L-A-M-B?
L-A-M.
Lamb, L-A-M. This is 21WM. Have you already talked to the prosecutor this morning, or do you need to speak to him?
Judge, the offer, if the offer, I talked to him some time ago. He said he was going to do a 771 plea with a 30-day under advisement and
90-day?
Well, he said 30 because he has employment.
Your Honor, I can amend it to 30 days. I do recall that
Thank you.
conversation.
And Judge, the only other thing is I would like him to plead with the court's permission a no contest plea for the reason that TSA is seeking over $5,000 from him. So there's a civil ramification on the other side of this.
Mr. Mena, do you need to speak to Mr. Duncan?
I do not, Your Honor. I have no objection to that type of plea.
Thank you, Mr. Mena.
This is 21WM01515OM, Wayne County Airport versus Joseph Lamb. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Yes, Your Honor, Murray Duncan. I'm appearing on behalf of the defendant, Joseph Lamb.
State your name, Mr. Lamb.
Joseph Lamb.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day time set for arraignment pretrial. Before the case was formally called, the attorneys indicated that there is a plea in this matter where Mr. Lamb will be tendering a no contest plea to the sole count in this matter of the checkpoint violation, understanding that his plea would be, since this matter would be delayed for a period of 30 days, and so long as Mr. Lamb paid the fines and costs assessed by the court and did not incur any new criminal offenses in this 30-day period, that the matter would be reviewed for dismissal. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lamb?
It is, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put for, oh, I'm sorry, no contest. For the factual basis for the plea, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, Judge. On the day and time in question, my client was working at the airport and he went through the employee checkpoint with a firearm in his carry-on.
Firearm, okay. Are you satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
No contest plea in this matter. $500 fine, $200 cost, $75 crime victims, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee for a total of $845. Mr. Duncan can discuss with Mr. Lamb how to make payment of that amount. It's delayed sentence for 30 days. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Duncan?
No, Judge. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you. You too, sir. Ms. Zeal, thank you. Back on the record with the case ending 1167 Van Buren versus Zeal. Mr. Bowditch, you've now had an opportunity to speak to both Ms. Manarino and Ms. Zeal. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for pretrial in this matter. We do have a plea agreement subject to court approval in which Ms. Zeal would be pleading guilty to the charge of retail fraud with the understanding the matter would be taken under 771 for a period of 90 days. If she complies with the court's wishes, the court will consider dismissal of these charges.
Ms. Zeal, were you able to hear Mr. Bowditch just now? Oh, jeez. Ms. Zeal?
Yes, I
Were you
was.
able
I'm
to hear-
sorry.
That's okay. And you understand that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud, understanding that since this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
And before we proceed with this plea, Mr. Bowditch, you're aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department that issued the citation to your client.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't see any conflict.
Thank you. Ms. Zeal, you understand the court accepts your plea. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Freely? I
Have
don't
you
know
been
the
threatened in
difference.
ma'am, have you been
Yes.
threatened in any way or promised anything to
Oh,
get you to
no.
plead guilty?
No, not
You're
at all.
pleading
no.
guilty because you're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes,
Ma'am, is it true that on May 29, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you entered the Walmart and concealed property valued at $106.20 and removed it without making payment for it?
correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, is restitution sought by Walmart, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything on behalf of your client before sentence is imposed, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court is going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's mandatory crime victims of $75. Mandatory state costs of $50, fund fee of $20. That's a total of $445 by the court's calculation. If you're unable to pay that amount within 30 days, you can contact the court's collection department either online at mi34thdistrictcourt.com, or you can call the court's collection department and arrange payment in this matter, set up a payment plan in this matter. Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Ms. Zeal. You can log off now.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have Craven, Osfew, and Wilson. I'm sitting in for Mr. Jadullah, who has to be downtown.
Before we get to that, you also have Seals 20VB04443, Van Buren
I
Township
believe-
versus Raymond Seals.
Your Honor, I believe we're ready on Raymond Seals.
Angela Manning on
Mr.
behalf
Seal,
of the people.
thank you. Mr. Seals, unmute yourself and state your name, please. Mr. Seals? Mr. Seals?
I'm sorry, I'm having some problems with the speaker.
We can hear you
Just
now.
state your name for me, please, sir.
Raymond Sales.
Thank you. This court has received information that this matter is being dismissed. Is that accurate, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Bowditch?
None objections, no objections for Mr. Seals or myself.
Thank you. Mr. Seals, your case is dismissed, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Raymond, thank your mother.
What happened with 43430 Farms?
Your Honor, I had Ordinance Officer Schuler here on that. Apparently the township is having some power issues, and so he is no longer on Zoom.
I kept seeing him.
Yep.
Okay, never mind. Judge.
I want,
Sorry.
Phil, let me get this call before we lose him again. This is 1930230M and 1930240M. Van Buren Township versus 43430 Farm. Who was, there was somebody here on behalf of the farm.
Steve Robinson is representing them. I don't know if he's still on.
Have we seen him this morning? No. Okay.
He was here earlier.
That was wishful thinking on my part, Mary Ann. Tariq Lee. And for Nina Harda, I'm sorry, Shaquille O'Neal Tubbs. Elizabeth Bradford, I saw her and I put her out because she was laying down. Let me see if we can get her back in here. Spiller. This is 21VB014350M, Van Buren Township versus Spiller. Ms. Bradford, sit up, please, ma'am. Ms. Spiller, state your name for me, please.
Essiana Spiller.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial, ma'am. It's alleged that on July 28, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed the misdemeanor of retail fraud. This is punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of arraignment, were you looking to proceed on your own or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
Court appointed.
You're going to see an invitation to join Mr. Bowditch in the breakout room. Please join him and discuss this matter with him, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. This is 21VB014290M, Van Buren Township versus Elizabeth Bradford.
Hello.
Good morning, Ms. Bradford. State your name for me, please.
Elizabeth Bradford.
Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial, ma'am. It's alleged that on July 27, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed retail fraud. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of arraignment, were you looking to proceed on your own this morning or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
On my own, it's fine. I'm sorry.
And for purposes of arraignment, ma'am, how do you wish to proceed?
Not guilty.
Ma'am, the court is going to enter the plea of not guilty. Set bond in this matter at $1,000 personal, which means you don't have to post any money, but what you do need to do is appear at all of your future court dates. For purposes of pretrial, how are we proceeding?
I don't know what you mean.
Whoever has their radio on the background, would you please turn it off or mute yourself? There is an offer, Ms. Bradford, from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty, I saw it a second ago. If you plead guilty to the retail fraud sentence in this matter will be delayed for 6 months. And so long as you pay the fines and costs assessed by the court and incur no new criminal offenses, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept this offer or would you like the court to adjourn the pretrial?
No, I would rather accept the offer.
I'm sorry?
That means that I wouldn't be put in jail for this?
Yeah, correct. There's no, the court would not impose a jail sentence in this matter.
Okay, yeah, I'll accept the offer.
Ma'am, you understand, before the court accepts your plea, I do want to advise you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of law enforcement. Are you still ready to proceed with the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true, ma'am, that on July 21st, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you entered the Walmart located at 10562 Belleville Road and concealed property valued at $63.62 and did not tender payment for that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. For purposes of sentencing, is there anything you'd like to say before sentence is imposed?
No, other than I used the U-Scan and I thought it scanned everything. I had a bad day at work, wasn't really paying attention to how much it came up to.
Ms. Manarino, is restitution sought in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bradford, did I cut you off? Were you saying something else?
No, you're fine.
Ma'am, the court is going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75, mandatory state cost of $50, fund fee of $20 for a total of $445. If you need more than 30 days to pay this amount, you can go onto the court's website, which is mi34thdistrictcourt.com, submit an email request for a payment plan, or you can call the court's collections department and establish a payment plan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else, Ms. Bradford?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, ma'am. You can log off. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Ms. Spieler. Nope. Trinity McNeil.
Present.
This is 21VB01436. So M. Van Buren Township versus Trinity McNeil. State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Trinity McNeil.
Ms. McNeil, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on July 28, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed retail fraud. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of your arraignment, ma'am, were you looking to proceed on your own or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
Proceed on my own.
And ma'am, at this time, how do you wish to proceed?
Guilty.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts a guilty plea from you this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
I previously indicated on the record that I'm married to an elected official from the township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of law enforcement agency that issued the citation in this matter. Do you still wish to proceed with your plea?
Yes.
There's an offer from the prosecutor that your plea could be taken, sentencing in this matter could be delayed for a period of 6 months if you tendered this guilty plea, as long as you paid the fines and costs assessed by the court this morning and did not incur any new criminal offenses. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 6-month period. Do you wish to accept that offer?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 28, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you concealed property valued at $51.12 at the Walmart and did not tender payment for those goods?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. Sentence in the matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months as previously indicated. Is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes its fines and costs in this matter?
I was just saying that it was a hard moment for me at the time. I didn't have no money. I was having problems finding a job, and basically, I want to apologize. I never felt so pathetic in my life. That's not even me. And that I wish I could take it back, but I couldn't. And that's all.
And ma'am, are you working at this time?
Yes, I finally found me a job. So yes, I am working. I'm actually running late for work right now to be here.
Prior to this July 28th incident, when was the last time you had contact with law enforcement?
I haven't had any at all.
Ma'am, the court's going to impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75, mandatory state costs of $50, and fund fee of $20. That's $345. If you need more than 30 days to pay this amount, you can go online to the court's website and submit a request, an email request for a payment plan, or you can call the court's collection department and establish a payment plan. Anything else this morning, Ms. McNeil?
That'd be all. I'm sorry, do I call the number that's on the paper that's sent to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Mr. Mays.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you ready to proceed?
We are. Mr. Shera is going to enter a plea.
I'm sorry. Nope. I need to find your client's file. I don't have it. I just saw you pop out.
No problem.
Your client's name is
Sammy Shera, S-H-A-R-A.
1050, Your Honor.
21WM01860. Wayne County Airport versus Sammy Shera.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Your Honor.
Honor.
Mays on behalf of Mr. Shera.
And good morning, Your Honor. James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
And Your Honor, we're proceeding via Zoom this morning. We stipulate to proceeding in this fashion. Mr. Shera and I are going to enter a plea agreement this morning pursuant to the prosecutor's offer, 3 months under advisement, $234 in restitution to the airport for parking that was unpaid for.
Where's your client, sir?
He is in the Zoom. I just exited a breakout room with him, so I know he's here.
Mr. Shera, just state your name for me, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Sammy Shara, S-H-A-R-A.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, you were saying this is parking that was unpaid for, that sentence going to be delayed for 3 months?
That's correct,
Restitution
Your
of
Honor.
234?
Yes. I've advised Mr. Sheriff of the maximum possible penalties for this and gone through his rights with him. He's going to waive his rights and enter a plea of guilty under the terms as specified.
Mr. Shara, you were able to hear Mr. Mays this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's accurately stated to the court that he's reviewed your rights and everything you'd be giving up by tendering a plea this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing that you still wish to enter a plea of guilty to the sole count of defrauding an innkeeper this morning with the terms placed on the record by Mr. Mays.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, is it true that on July 21st, 2021 at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you failed to pay the $234 to standard parking failed to pay the $234 to standard parking contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mays?
I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Shara, the court will adopt the plea entered by your attorney and Mr. Mena. Since will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. As for fines and costs in this matter beyond the $234 restitution, Mr. Mays, any comment?
No, Your Honor. Whatever he feels appropriate.
Thank you. The court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100, crime victims of $75, the restitution of $234 agreed to by and between the parties. Mandatory state cost of $50 and the fund fee of $20. Mr. Mays, you've already discussed payments with your client.
Mr. Shara, can you pay that today, or do you need a little time to pay it?
No, I can pay that today.
The file's gonna take a period to be processed, so I would say wait another day or two before you attempt to make payment in this matter.
All right. Will I be able to pay that
Online. I'll get you
since I'm
instructions.
traveling? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mays?
No, thank you again, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're all set. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank
you, Your Honor.
James Coleman.
Is he present, Your Honor?
I'm just calling names. I'm trying to go in time order to get checked in and figure out who's where. Spieler.
Yes.
Okay,
We're
going
ready.
into a breakout room.
The only thing I would need is a comment from Ms. Manarino, whether this is 769 availability.
The offer on Ms. Spiller is 771 for 6 months.
Oh, 771, I apologize. Then we're ready, Your Honor.
This is the case that ends in 1435 Van Buren Township versus Spieler. Case had been previously called. Mr. Bowditch, the court notes your appearance in this matter.
They're gonna expedite
And
them
the
back.
court has previously disclosed, Mr. Tuttles, please mute yourself. Thank you, sir. The court had previously disclosed the relationship being married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. Mr. Bowditch is aware of that relationship. Are we ready to proceed this morning?
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
And
As
this
far
matter
as
was
the
scheduled for arraignment pre-trial. How are we proceeding, sir?
As far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we waive formal reading, stand mute, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. We also have a plea agreement on in the pre-trial phase, in which the defendant would be pleading guilty to the charge of retail fraud with the understanding that the court would take this under statute 771 for a period of 6 months. If Ms. Spiller complies with all the judge's wishes, the court would consider a dismissal of these charges.
Ms. Spieler, were you able to hear Mr. Bowditch just now?
Yes.
And ma'am, you'd like to tender a plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud, understanding that the sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, and so long as you incurred no new offenses and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter would be reviewed for dismissal.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind, you won't have the opportunity to see witnesses put forth by the prosecutor or present witnesses on your own behalf.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 28, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you entered the Walmart and concealed property valued at $68.38, did not tender payment for that property?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty with the terms previously placed on the record. Ms. Manarino, is restitution sought by Walmart in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs in this matter?
No, Your Honor, other than this is the defendant's first brush with the law.
Ma'am, the court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100, crime victims of $75. There's mandatory state costs of $50 and a fund fee of $20. That's $445. If you need more than 30 days to pay this amount, you can go onto the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan, or you can contact the court's collection department and set up a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Spieler, you're all set. You may leave the Zoom room. Have a good day.
Thank you.
This is 2106080T Van Buren Township versus Tariq Lee.
Hello,
Your name.
Rick Lee.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial as alleged that on July 12, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you were driving recklessly. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of arraignment, were you looking to proceed on your own or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
On my own.
And for the arraignment, sir, what do you say?
Guilty.
Your Honor, if I may, does the court have one charge for Mr. Lee of reckless driving as well as a charge for interference?
There's one file. Let me see if they've become separated from each other. Thank you, Ms. Manarino. I just have a reckless driving.
Your Honor, I issued a complaint and warrant on both the reckless driving and the interference. I believe I reached out to the court last week to find out where that second charge was. So if the court doesn't have the second charge, we would ask for a brief adjournment so that we can get the files together so that we can resolve them hopefully at the same time.
May I ask, what is the second charge? What is that? Interference?
Yes.
What would that consist of?
Mr. Lee, are you objecting to the adjournment requested by the prosecutor?
Yes, please.
Why? The basis for your objection?
I was told that I shouldn't do that again by the officer. I don't know. I think it was Officer Mike or Van Buren. He told me, just make sure I don't do it again. I told him that I was really just scared, honestly. I drove.
Sir, no. Mr. Lee, we're not talking about what happened on July 12th. We're talking about the prosecutors asking to adjourn the matter. I'm asking for I asked you, did you object to the adjournment? And you said yes, and I asked you for the basis of your objection to the adjournment.
I never heard about that second charge. That's the reason why I don't know. I was never told about anything about interference or anything like that. I just heard about one charge.
Mr. Lee, I hear what you're saying. What the court's going to do is have you stand mute to this matter.
Okay.
We're going to adjourn the matter at the request of the prosecutor. Your adjourned date will be October 7th, October 7th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. That will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. The court is going to set your bond at $3,000 personal, sir. You don't need to post any amount of money, but what you do need to do is appear at that October 7th date with Judge Green, okay?
Will I get paper for the thing, for like the Zoom account?
You'll get a notice.
meeting?
You get a notice to appear at the next date.
Okay.
No, I'm asking you, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Like this one right here.
Yes,
I got
sir.
right
That is what will happen. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Lee?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. We're all set. You're back with Judge Green on October 7th. You have some outstanding matters with the court. You owe $462. If you haven't already made payment arrangements and those other matters, please contact the court to do so, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
James Thomas Coleman. Have we still not seen Mr. Robinson this morning?
He's back. He was back. Yep, there he is.
He's back with 43430, 193023 and 193024, 43430 firm. These matters were scheduled for, it's interesting, show cause hearing at 9:20 this morning. Appearances, please.
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of the defendant. Judge, I apologize. I was bouncing between Judge Green's courtroom and your courtroom.
You're fine, Mr. Robinson. I thought how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Manarino yesterday. I'm not quite sure what we decided. My suggestion, Judge, and I'm not sure that we actually, Ms. Manarino and I discussed this, is my client has done some of the stuff, is my understanding, but there's some other stuff that needs to be done. I would like to meet out at the property either with Mr. Schuler and or Ms. Manarino, so we can really specify what needs to be done, so there isn't any communicate or confusion or issues. That's my
Ms.
suggestion,
Manarino?
Judge.
Your Honor, the township's previously provided a list to Mr. Robinson of the items that the township is seeking to have remedied on the property. If Mr. Robinson feels it would be beneficial to have myself and Mr. Schuler come out to the property, we're happy to do so to get this rectified. This is, the other case, and we would like to get the issues resolved over there.
Mr. Robinson, how much time do you need? October 7th or November 4th?
I'd say November 4th, Judge, just to be on the safe side.
Thank you, sir. This matter will be adjourned to November 4th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. That will be back by Zoom in courtroom number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor. Angela, I'll give you a call. We'll coordinate some days and times.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Officer Schuler.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 210519 and 210647, Van Buren Township versus Adam Orange. Oh, I saw them. They've been here. Adam Orange. Mary Ann Walsh. Miss Walsh. Shari Wilson.
She's coming in right now.
This is 21VB013960M Van Buren Township versus Wilson.
Hi, Your Honor, I'm here.
Appearances, please.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Mr. Bitar, are you standing in for Mr. Jadala, or is Mr. Bowditch here for Mr. Jadala?
I think Mr. Bowditch is judge. I have Adrian Logan.
You're muted, Mr. Bowditch. Mr. Bowditch, you're still muted.
My apologies, Your Honor. I would need a breakout room with Ms. Wilson.
Okay, Mary Ann will move you into a breakout room with Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Bitar, this is 20VB01895 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Adrian Logan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Bitar on behalf of Mr. Logan. I believe he's present on Zoom. Mr. Logan, could you state your name for the record, please?
Adrian Logan.
Thank you. Judge, we have reached a resolution.
I'm sorry. Mr. Logan, what's going on? I thought you were laying down for a second with the do-rag on. I can't believe that that's accurate while we're in court.
My
I'm
fault.
sorry, Mr. Bitar, you were saying that you reached an agreement in this matter?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Logan is going to plead guilty to interfering with the police, and that will be taken under HIDA, and the remaining charges will be dismissed. Is that correct, Ms. Manarino?
Yes.
Ms.
Mr. Logan, you
Manarino.
were able to hear the attorneys just now?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your understanding you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the interfering with police, which is the B file. HIDA status will be permitted, and the other charges will be dismissed.
Okay, and how long will I be on HIDA, Your Honor? The HIDA program.
Was there any discussion about that, Ms. Manarino and Mr. Bitar?
Ms.
sorry.
Manarino, do you have a time you'd like?
6 months.
That's fine with us, Judge.
And Mr. Logan, I'm not sure if you've been in the courtroom. Mr. Bitar is aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the law enforcement agency that issued this citation to you. Do I agree, Mr. Bitar?
We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Logan, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on March 23rd, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you interfered with the police while they were in the course and scope of their duties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Logan, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of interfering with the police. The other cases, the tobacco possession and use, the contributing to delinquency of a minor, and the larceny from a motor vehicle will be dismissed pursuant to the plea placed on the record by the attorneys. Mr. Bitar, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of Mr. Logan before sentence is imposed?
Your Honor, Mr. Logan is getting his life in order. He has a new job. He's working at Ford now. I think he's finally growing up. He won't be involved in any criminal activity. We're asking you to assess the agreement and fines and costs.
Sir, the court is going to impose a fine of $500. There's costs of $200. There's $75 crime victims, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee.
Can you tell me the total, Your Honor?
I'm doing that right now, sir. Give me 1 second. That's
Thank you, Your Honor.
$845. $845, sir. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan. You can call the court's collection department and establish a payment plan with them that way.
Okay, can I pay
Anything
it
else
all
in this matter,
online?
Mr.?
Can I pay it all online at once?
Yes, sir, you can.
All right,
You can
thank
pay
you,
it
Your Honor.
online, you can bring it to the court, or you can leave it in the court's Dropbox. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Batar?
Nothing related to this case, Judge, but I do have one question related to something else.
Okay, Mr. Logan, you're all set. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, you too, Your Honor.
Mr. Batar, your question.
Thank you, Judge. The restitution hearing we had earlier, did you say that was Amanda Myers? And the case number, please, if you do have that.
It is Amanda Myers. I don't have the case number handy. I'll get it to you before the end of the docket, though, if you can wait a little bit.
No worries, Judge. I'll figure it out. Thank you very much. Good to see everyone.
Thank you. Shari Wilson, did we finish that?
Mr. Bowditch was speaking with her in a breakout.
Thank you. Jeffrey Asafu. Mary Ann, there's a lot of people in the waiting room, so I'll stop so you can check that for me, please.
Hello?
What is your name, please?
Mary Lynn Craven?
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Checking in on Daryl Bird and James Lovejoy, please.
I saw your note. Do you have your clients with you? There are some.
Now, Mr. Bird is in the waiting room, and I believe Mr. Lovejoy as well. However, I haven't received confirmation from Lovejoy yet.
They are not listed as that name, those names, so I'm gonna bring some people in and see if one of them might be your client.
Thank you.
Yep. Ma'am, with the name of C, can you hear me?
Yes.
What's your name, please?
Tanya Lizelle.
And what time? Oh, I see, 10:40, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm representing Ms. Lizelle. This is Aaron Ingber. If possible,
Mr. Batar?
if possible, can I get a quick breakout room with Mr. Mena, the attorney?
Madam Clerk, I was going to request the same when Brother Counsel is done, please.
Mr. Batar? Mary Ann, Madam Prosecutor is gone for a moment, so if you want to finish checking in people.
Good morning. This is Attorney Kirsten Iverson. I don't know if you have me checked in on Ms. Lindsay or Ms. Sydney. Lindsay Sydney.
At 10 o'clock?
Correct.
Yeah, Ms. Iverson, we're running just a little bit behind.
No worries.
Is your client with you?
She's here.
Nope, I won't leave. Ms. Manarino's back. Back on the record in the case that ends in 1396, Wilson.
Back on the
1396, Wilson. Mr. Bowditch, is that you?
Wilson? Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. Ready, I'm Wilson.
How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as far as the arraignment process, we waive formal reading, stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Your Honor, we wish to tender a plea of guilty with the understanding the matter will be taken under 771 for a period of 6 months.
Was there something else, Mr. Bowditch?
On Wilson, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor, we're just ready to put the plea on the record.
Thank you.
Also, I'm standing in with Mr. Jadala with Ms. Wilson's permission.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, were you able to hear Mr. Bowditch just now?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud this morning. The sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months.
Yes, ma'am.
And so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in that 6-month period of time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Bowditch, you're aware of my relationship to Van Buren Township through my spouse?
Oh, I'm aware, Your Honor.
And we're okay to proceed this morning?
No objection.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, you understand the court accepts your plea this morning. You will have a trial of any kind. You will have the opportunity to see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor or present witnesses on your own behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 18, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Walmart and concealed property offered for sale to the public and did not tender payment for that property?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Wilson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. As previously discussed, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. As for fines and costs in this matter, Mr. Bowditch, is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes same?
Nothing other than this is this young lady's first offense of any nature.
Ms. Wilson, the court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75. There's mandatory state costs of $50 and fund fee of $20. That's $445. Ma'am, if you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for payments, or you can call the court's collection department to make arrangements for payments, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Wilson, we're all set. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Iverson?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
21WM012820M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Lindsay Sidney. Appearances, please.
I'm not sure if there's a prosecutor. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kirsten Iverson, P 71920, on behalf of Miss Lindsay Sidney.
Ms. Iverson, it doesn't look like Mr. Mena's back with us. He might still be in a breakout room. Sit tight. I'll get back to you as soon as he pops out.
No problem.
Mr. Riley.
Yes.
This is 21WM007450M, Wayne County Airport versus Gerald Riley.
Here you are.
Mr. Riley, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial this morning, sir. It's alleged that on April 5th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of arraignment, were you looking to proceed on your own this morning, or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
I proceed on my own, Your Honor.
There is an offer from the prosecutor, sir, that if you plead guilty to the count of the checkpoint violation, sentencing the matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days. And so long as you pay the fines and costs assessed by the court and incur no new criminal offenses, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Would you like to accept this offer, or would you like to proceed with the arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, what, sir?
I'll accept.
Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor or present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, I am.
Sir, is it true that on April 5th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by bringing a dangerous weapon into secure space?
Yes.
What was the weapon, sir?
It was a gun.
It was a gun. Okay. Sir, the court accepts your plea in this matter. Is there anything you would like to say before fines and costs are imposed?
My apologies. It was a mistake. And am I able to get my gun back?
You have to speak up. I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I said my apologies. It was a mistake, and am I able to get my gun back?
You said it was a mistake and you want your gun back?
Am I able to? Am I able to get
Possibly. Yes, sir. Sir, what the court's going to do is impose a fine of $500, cost of $200, crime victims of $75, mandatory state cost of $50, fund fee of $20. That's a total of $845. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can contact the court's collection department or go online and submit an email request for a payment plan. You may receive the gun back after you have successfully completed the 6-month period, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
That'll be all.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. You're all set. Have a good day. Mr.
Hello.
Tuttles.
Yes. Can I speak to Miss?
Who is-
I'm here on the.
Can you speak to who?
The prosecutor. Marino. Manarino. I apologize. Do you have me
Go into
there
a
for?
breakout room with Miss Manarino.
Okay, thank you.
This is 20VB02349OM. This is Van Buren. Oh, shoot. Did she leave already, Miss Manarino?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. Thank you, Mary Ann. Did Mr. Batar come back?
I do not see him.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Sir, that's sitting with the white shirt with the name of iPhone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, well, okay.
Not you.
I'll take it. What's your name, please?
My name is Jeffrey Asafu.
Jeffrey what? I'm sorry.
Jeffrey Asafu.
I called you, sir.
That would be mine, Your Honor, for Mr. Jadala.
This is 21VB01300OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Jeffrey Asafu.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Asafu in place of his attorney of record, Mr. Jadala, with Mr. Jadala's apologies. Could I go into a breakout room, Your Honor, with Mr. Asafu?
Mary Ann will move you into a breakout room. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Miss Manarino, did
Yes,
you go in
sir.
with Mr. Tuttles already?
I did, but he needs to speak with Mr. Mena. I sent a message to Mary Ann that Mr. Mena is the correct prosecutor on that case.
Thank you.
Okay, I should go to room 5 now, Judge.
I don't know if Mr. Mena is in with somebody else.
It says Miss Marianne is inviting you to join room 5.
Mr. Tuttles,
If she's inviting you, then you should go.
I'm gonna put you in a different room, Mr. Tuttles. I'm gonna put you in room 3. And who did you want to speak to? I'm sorry.
It's the airport prosecutor.
He wanted Mr. Mena, but Mr. Mena, if I could keep you for 1 second.
Sure, Judge.
21WM01282, Wayne County Airport versus Lindsay Sidney. Miss Iverson and her client are both here. Your appearances are noted, and Mr. Mena is back. This matter is scheduled for an adjourned pretrial this morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kirsten Iverson again for Ms. Sidney. We agree to appear via Zoom. Your Honor, my client wishes to avail herself of the offer of the 3-month non-reporting probation with a dismissal at the end of 3 months, as long as she doesn't pick up any new criminal activity. Your Honor, we would be asking for the weapon to be returned as well.
You would be asking for the, you said gun to be returned?
Correct. It is registered and
Thank
she
you.
did have a permit.
And yes, Your Honor, that's correct. At the end of the completion of her probation, she could contact the airport for the return of her firearm.
Ms. Sidney, you were able to hear the comments made by your attorney this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your understanding that you will be entering a plea to the sole count of a checkpoint violation this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
That sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, and as long as you incurred no new criminal offenses and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Iverson has discussed the rights you'd be giving up and waiving if you entered a plea this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on May 26, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by bringing a dangerous weapon, that being a firearm, into the airport?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Say that one more time.
Satisfied, Ms. Iverson?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole point of checkpoint violation. Ma'am, Ms. Iverson, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
Your Honor, I would just like to indicate that my client is a law-abiding citizen with this little bit of a hiccup. She was very cooperative. She actually advised them that she needed to return to her car.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you with Mr. Tuttles on the phone.
Mr. Tuttles, you're ruining my good speech.
I'm sorry, ma'am, proceed.
So she was very cooperative, Your Honor. She actually alerted the airport authorities that she had mistakenly brought it in there, advised them that she had it on them, and that's how they essentially found out. So it was an honest mistake. She doesn't have any other prior criminal history. She is working full-time, so I would just ask the court to obviously do the immediate sentencing and sentence her to that agreement.
Thank you. The court will adopt the agreement reached by and between the parties. The 3-month delayed sentence. Fines and costs will be $500 fine, $200 cost, $75 crime victim, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, for a total of $845. Ms. Lindsay, you have been here. You have heard me say you can either contact the court's collection department, or you can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan in this matter. At the successful completion of your 6 months with no new criminal offenses and paying the fines and costs, your gun can be returned to you. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Iverson?
Nothing further, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
We're all set. Have a good day. Ms. Lindsay, you may leave the courtroom, and Mr. Tuttles can go in with Mr. Mena.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. White shirt with, I don't know if those are dreads or braids. Your name, please.
I'm Sharia.
Button up shirt.
Sharia Wood.
I'm sorry. Sharia
Williams.
Williams, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Sorry
talk,
about
I
that.
talk, I cut you off. I'm sorry. No, you're fine. Oh, I know what happened. Shoot, Mary Ann. This is 21VB, Ms. Williams, I'll get to you in just 1 second. This is 21VB00620, Van Buren Township versus Mary Lynn Craven.
Yes, I'm here.
Ms. Craven, I called your case previously. You hadn't responded. I saw you got popped back in and renamed. Today is the day and time set for your
Yes, Judge,
adjourned
I was,
pretrial. You were previously represented by Mr. Jadala. I think Mr. Bowditch is here for that matter.
yes, ma'am.
I'm calling Mr. Bowditch's name. Where is he?
I believe he's in a breakout room with Mr. Asafu.
Thank you. Ms. Craven, continue to hold, please.
Yes, ma'am.
21WM014950M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for me, please.
Sharia.
Thank you. Today is a day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on June 28, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by bringing your blue unloaded firearm through security.
Yes, ma'am.
There's an offer from, this is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to this charge, pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, and incur no new criminal offenses for 90 days, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Would you like to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Or would you like to proceed with the arraignment?
I was set.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Think that it was an honest mistake. I've done security work.
I'm sorry. No. The answer to my question was yes, you understand?
Yes, I understand that.
Is it true that on June 28, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you carried a firearm through security?
Yes, ma'am. It was an honest mistake.
The court accepts, give me 1 second. The court accepts your plea and will delay sentence in this matter for a period of 90 days. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Once you have completed this 90 days and pay the fines and costs, your gun may be returned to you before the court imposes sentence. What is it that you're trying to say?
They do security for California wildfire, fire watches, disaster. So I'm real big on safety, and it's important to protect others. That's my field. So this was an honest mistake. It was a shift change, and one of the guys' bag was big, and the other wasn't. And so I was trying to take things out of my, and I ended up taking it through the TS. It was an honest mistake, ma'am. I just wanted to say that. I know it probably does.
It does matter to the court. Unfortunately, every time I see Mr. Mena, I see a stack of people with guns, knives, stun guns, double-sided weapons, and it concerns the court that people seem to lose track of weapons. Saying that to say I understand mistakes happen, but the court has accepted your plea. Sentence will be delayed for a period of 90 days. You've been sitting here this morning hearing that the fines and costs court typically assesses, and I will do that in this case. Fine of $500, cost of $200. You have crime victims of $75, mandatory state costs of $50, and fund fee of $20. That's $845. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can contact the court's collection department, or you can go online and submit an email request for a payment plan. Anything else this morning?
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Ma'am.
Have a good day. Oh, Mr. Bowditch, are you back with Mr. Asafu?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
21VB01300OM, Van Buren Township versus Jeffrey Asafu.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
For the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Asafu, or in place of attorney of record, Mr. Jadala, with Mr. Asafu's permission. Your Honor, as far as the arraignment phase, we would waive the formal reading and stand mute. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. To the charge of trespassing, Your Honor, Mr. Asafu wishes to plead no contest to the charge of trespassing. The no contest plea, Your Honor, is based on the fact, to use Mr. Asafu's words, he wasn't in his right mind because he was off of his medication. So he has no real memory of what went on. He doesn't doubt it, but he has no real memory of it. So we would ask for a no contest plea, and he is back on his medication.
And is the court to rely on the police report for the factual basis of the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is just no contest. There are no additional terms or agreements by and between the parties?
No, Your Honor, no.
I'll accept the no contest plea on behalf of your client, sir.
Thank
And
you.
as for fines and costs in this matter, any comments, Mr. Bowditch?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Asafu is on some form, I think he works, but I think he is on some form of disability. I would ask the court to take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. The court's going to assess a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's a total of $345. If your client needs more than 30 days to pay that amount, he can go online to the court's website, or he can call the court and speak to the collections department to establish a payment plan. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Ms. Asafu, did you understand that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, Mr. Asafu. This is 21VB00620OM, Van Buren Township versus Mary Lynn Craven. The day is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial this morning. Appearances, please.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Craven in place of Attorney Jadala with Ms. Craven's permission. Your Honor, I believe as far as the arraignment phase, we'd wait for formal reading and stand mute. And I believe after a phone conversation with Ms. Craven,
I'm sure you
we're
can
ready
ask
to
you if it's
proceed
all
on
right
the
if you can
pre-trial.
speak with your dad.
Nope.
I'm sorry, Judge, I did not hear that.
Well, there was some interference, Ms. Craven,
Yes,
but I think we're back. We're all set now. I believe,
Okay.
Your Honor.
We are.
we-
Today is the day. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I think we're going to proceed with the mercy of the prosecutor and plead to the charge of retail fraud that we taken under 771. Is that true, Ms. Craven?
7-7.
yes, yes, ma'am.
For what period of time?
6 months.
6 months. 6 months.
Ms.
I believe,
Craven,
Your
you
Honor.
understand that, Ms. Craven, you understand that the court accepts your plea in this matter. You won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Bowditch, you aware of my relationship connection to Van Buren Township, and you're okay with us proceeding this morning?
I'm fine, Your Honor. I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Ms. Craven, is it true that I'm sorry, ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true, ma'am, that on February 28th, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you removed property offered for sale to the public without making payment for that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud this morning. Is there any restitution sought by the proprietor, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Any comment as to fines and costs, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor, other than I believe this is Ms. Craven's first brush with the law.
The court is going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's mandatory state cost of $50. There's fund fee of $20 and $75 crime victims. That's a total of $445. Ms. Craven, you can contact the court's collection department, or you can make an online request for a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
We're all set. Ms. Craven, you can disconnect your call at this time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Craven.
very much, ma'am.
This is 21VB02340M, Van Buren Township versus Asila Davis.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Davis.
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. State your name for me, please.
Asila Davis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding this morning, Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I made an offer to Mr. Bowditch. I'm not sure how Ms. Davis wants to proceed.
Mr. Bowditch?
Could I speak with Ms. Manarino in a breakout room, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, while they're doing that in the backup room, we're ready on Miss Sadler Bennett.
I'm sorry, when you randomly scream out like that, I'm not really listening for it. You said, what about a breakout room?
This is Attorney Tuttles. While they're in the breakout room, we're ready on Miss Burnett, Sadler Burnett.
Jeff, it's breakout room 5.
Thank you, Marion.
This is 21WM00190AMB Wayne County Airport versus Sadler Burnett. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mann appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Antonio D. Tuttles, on behalf of my client, that is Ms. Sadler Burnett.
Where's your
Your Honor,
client, sir?
She should be on, but I know she was doing something with a child. But the only thing we want to do is I need to explain something to my client, the difference between TSA and the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. So we
Sadler
asked,
Burnett. Oh, I'm here.
so the only thing we want to do is adjourn this so I can explain my client the difference between the two authorities, and we should come back with a
November,
resolution.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tuttles, October 7th or November 4th?
November the 4th, Your Honor.
Your client has not previously appeared. Your client's appearance was waived on August 5th, on August 19th, and your client is not here today. I'm only making note of it because I'm writing it in the file as well, that we're adjourning this thing in its entirety to the November 4th, 2021 at 9:20 a.m. docket, and that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Tuttles?
Yeah, one question, Your Honor. Is the Zoom number going to be the same or will it be different?
It is a different Zoom number. It is 933-057-8570. It's on the court's website as well.
Thank you, Judge Green.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Mr. Mena, you had other cases that were ready. Was that with Mr. Martell?
I think Lazelle's ready as well, Your Honor. I think that's going to be a plea.
Your Honor,
Lozelle?
my apologies. I do have two cases this morning with Mr. Mena. If at all possible, I would like to go into a breakout room so we may reach a resolution.
You like to go into a breakout room with him to discuss a resolution?
Very briefly, Your Honor, if at all possible.
Let me do Lozelle real quick and then you can have Mr. Mena. Mr. Ingber, any relation to Paul?
Oh, yes, that's my cousin, actually.
Oh, wow. This is 21WM019420D. This is Wayne County Airport versus Tanya Lozelle. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
Your Honor, I'm Aaron Ingber. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Lozelle, who's present as well.
Lozelle, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please, ma'am.
Tanya Lozelle.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Ingber?
Your Honor, we actually have worked out a deal. My client is going to plead guilty as charged to impaired driving. And in exchange, it's my understanding that the officer in charge of this case is going to withdraw the implied consent violation.
Ms. Lozelle, were you able to hear the attorney just now?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to the sole count of operating while visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that the officer is withdrawing the implied consent violation with the Secretary of State?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've had the opportunity to discuss with Mr. Ingber the rights you be waiving by entering the plea this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, ma'am, how do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
And are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that on July 15, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you operated a vehicle while visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Ingber?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea to operating while visibly impaired this morning. The matter will be sent to probation for interview and sentencing date. Anything else this morning in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Ingber?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Lozelle,
Right in my shirt.
just verify. Your phone number, please, ma'am.
248.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you over whatever else is going on.
248. 248-943-0184.
And your email address.
Tanya, ONYA, period.
Ma'am, that's ma'am, your connection's bad, so probation will be in touch with you, okay?
Your Honor, I have her email address.
All right, thank you.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Mr. Cardass is your next. I'm gonna send Mr. Mena into the breakout room with Mr. Martell here shortly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm gonna look up her email address and I'll send it through the messages to you.
Thank you so very much. Have a good day.
You too.
This is 21WM01335 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Howard Chin.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Morning, Your Honor. Jason Cardesis on behalf of the defendant, Howard Chin, who is next to me, to my left.
Hey, what happened to Mr. Mena? Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Your Honor, we do have a resolution, I believe, in this. Mr. Chin is going to plead responsible to the impeding traffic charge. With regard to the child abuse charge, we're going to add the amended charge of double parking. He's going to pay a $200 fine with regard to that charge. On acceptance of that plea, the child abuse charge will be dismissed.
Mr. Chin, is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You won't have a trial of any kind. You give up the rights associated with, you give up the right to call witnesses and present evidence on your own behalf and see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you wish this morning, sir, to tender a plea of responsible to the double parking and responsible to the impeding traffic.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, is it true that on June 8, 2021 at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you impeded traffic contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, is it also true that on June 8, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus that you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the original impeding traffic and will assess fines and costs of $180 and accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking and will assess a fine of $200 and dismiss the misdemeanor child abuse. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Cardesis?
No, Your Honor, just with respect to payment, could my client have 30 days to pay the fines?
30 days, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are we back on with Ms. Davis?
Yeah, yeah.
This is the case is 2349 Van Buren Township versus Davis.
Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Ms. Davis for a second.
What they say to you?
Mr. Mena, did you go in with Mr. Martell?
No, not yet, Judge. I just messaged Mary Ann to ask her to put me in a breakout.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
Breakout room 4.
Thank you.
Did you find that information, Mr. Ingber?
Your Honor, I sent it to the host of the meeting. If I can give it to you right now, it's Tanya.DEGRAAUW@gmail.
Thank you, sir.
And
I'll
in
make
case
a
her-
notation in the file.
In case her phone number, in case you didn't hear it correctly because it was breaking up, it's 248-943-0184.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Attorney Baldwin.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Your client's name?
Mr. Cheney?
Mr. Chin.
Miss Duchenne, I apologize. Paige Duchenne?
Oh, Paige Duchenne. Thank you. You scared me for a moment there.
No, I apologize for that. And she is here to my left.
Thank you. I try to take the cases in order. I keep calling the name and having to circle back to people. You're actually at 11 o'clock. Oh, give me 1 second.
Don't forget me, Judge.
Don't forget who?
Dominique Ruffum.
Ms. Ruffum, thank you.
And Anthony Johnson, please.
If you're here, it's okay. I'm just trying to.
Thank you.
Take your time.
Mary Ann, I was so full of promise and hope this morning, and it just quickly eroded away. Mr. Orange. I called these cases previously. Adam Orange, 210519 and 210647. These are Van Buren Township versus Adam Orange.
He's right here.
Hi, this is the third time I've called the case. I'm not sure what happened before.
Okay.
These matters were adjourned. They're scheduled for arraignment and pretrial, and they were adjourned from August the 19th. For purposes of arraignment, it's alleged that on June 14, 2021 in Van Buren Township, Mr. Orange did commit the misdemeanor of assault and battery. Maximum penalty 93 days and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. Mr. Orange, would you state your name for the record, please?
Adam Orange.
And for purpose of arraignment, sir, were you looking to proceed on your own, or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
Court-appointed attorney.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I'm the guardian, ma'am.
I remember that you were his guardian. I can't remember your name, please.
Tequila Davis.
Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have a note of why we adjourned this matter previously?
Your Honor, we adjourned it previously because Ms. Davis was, but Mr. Orange was not at the last pretrial.
Thank you. So this matter was scheduled for arraignment and pretrial this morning. Ms. Davis and Mr. Orange, I'm going to suggest that you go into a breakout room with Mr. Bowditch to discuss this matter. I see that there is an offer that if Mr. Orange pleads guilty to one count of assault and battery, sentence would be delayed for a period of 6 months, and the second assault and battery charge would be dismissed. Mr. Orange, if you join Mr. Bowditch in the breakout room to discuss that offer, we'll get the matter recalled.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
I don't know how to do this.
Mariah White.
I'm here.
Thank you. This is 21WM015080M, Wayne County Airport versus White.
For the record, Honor, James Mount up here on behalf of the airport.
Ms. White?
Yes. Yes.
State your name for me, please.
Mariah White.
Ms. White, today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. It's alleged that on June 29, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to this charge, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, and as long as you incurred no new criminal offenses and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter would be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or do you want to proceed on your own this morning?
Can you repeat that, please?
Which part?
The whole part.
Starting with this matter is scheduled for arraignment and pretrial this morning. It's alleged that on June the 29th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by bringing a firearm to the airport. It's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. For purposes of arraignment this morning, there's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. Sentence in this matter could be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incurred no new criminal offenses during this 3-month period of time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal. My question to you was, do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own this morning?
I'll take it.
You'll do what?
I'll plead guilty.
You'll accept the offer made by the prosecutor?
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay, yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, ma'am? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
No, I'm pleading guilty because I don't want to go through the process.
Ma'am, I cannot accept your plea if you do not accept that you are guilty as charged.
Yeah, well, nope, I don't want.
So I
don't
can
want to do it again. Yeah. Well, I just do.
I'm
not
sorry?
Guilty. Just do not guilty.
The court will enter a plea of not guilty. Set your bond at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you do need to do is appear at your next court date.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Have you called Anthony Johnson yet?
I have not, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, my apologies for the delay. We're ready when the court is ready.
I was actually in the middle of something. Mr. Martell, if you give me 1 second.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'll say it again. I thought I'd already said it. Every time somebody screams out, it delays the process even more. We had 110 cases scheduled this morning. I'm trying to get to people in the order in which they're scheduled. It gets increasingly difficult when people are not prepared, not listening. Ms. White, your matter is adjourned to October the 7th, 2021 at 9:40 a.m. and that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. Anything else this morning, ma'am?
No, thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Anastasia Hall. Shaylin Wood.
Yes, ma'am. Anastasia
Ms.
Hall.
Wood, good morning to you. This is 21VB01460 AMB, Van Buren Township versus Hall. I'm sorry, versus Wood.
Oh, this is Hall. I'm not sure. Which one are we doing?
I called Anastasia Hall.
Yes, that's me.
This is 21VB01449OM, Van Buren Township versus Anastasia Hall. Ms. Hall, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on July 31st, 2021, in Van Buren Township, you committed retail fraud. It's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There is an offer from the prosecutor in this matter that if you plead guilty to the retail fraud, since in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you incurred no new criminal offenses in that 6-month time and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter would be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or do you wish to proceed on your own this morning?
Does it getting dismissed means like it won't be on my record at all? I'm sorry, ma'am. Can
I
you
don't
hear
know
me?
how it appears on your
Yeah,
criminal
that's
history,
right.
ma'am.
I'm sorry, someone was speaking. Can you repeat that, please?
I
Nisha,
said, ma'am, I don't,
you have me to
wait,
spray?
who was,
This is becoming to be a little bit ridiculous. This is rude. It
really is.
It really is. I feel bad for the judge.
Ms. Ruffin, I can hear you. I appreciate it, but don't feel bad for me. I feel bad for you all having to wait, but I can't control the interruptions. Ms. Hall, I'm not sure how it appears on your criminal history, but we
Oh,
review it
okay.
for dismissal.
Okay, yes, I would like to accept, ma'am.
And you've been in this morning for quite some time. You've heard me disclose that I'm married to an elected official from the township, and you're still okay proceeding with me this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you understand if I accept your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
And is it true, ma'am, that you're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that on July 31st, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you entered the Walmart and concealed property valued at $39.62 without making payment for that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hall, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of retail fraud. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Is there anything you'd like to say to the court before sentence is imposed?
Just that on the day of the offense, my mother was hospitalized for getting her leg amputated, and I was extremely distracted and on the phone. So I take full responsibility. In any way that I can handle this and figure out how to get it off my record. If it is, then I would love to do that. I'm a nurse and I work with kids, so this is definitely not something intentional, but like I said, I take full responsibility.
Prior to this July 31st date, when was the last time you had contact with law enforcement?
I never have in my life, ma'am.
Is there any restitution sought by Walmart, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hall, the court has accepted your plea. Again, sentence is delayed for a period of 6 months. The court is going to impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75, mandatory state costs of $50, and a fund fee of $20. That's $345. You can, if you're unable to pay that amount within 30 days, you can go on the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan, or you can contact the court's collection department to establish a payment plan, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any questions this morning?
No, nothing.
Have a good day, Ms. Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Bowditch, you're back with Mr. Orange and Ms. Davis.
Your Honor, I would have to go back in with Mr. Orange and Ms. Davis just for a second.
What happened with Ms. Acela Davis?
We're ready on that one, Your Honor.
Let me do Acela Davis before you go back in with Mr. Orange, okay?
All right.
This is the case that ends in 2349. I've already noted your appearances. This is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Ms. Davis wishes to have a bench trial, Your Honor.
I'm just looking for my scheduling sheet. Give me 1 second. Marianne, that date is October 7th. October 7th at, I think, 2 p.m. was our next available date, Marianne, next available time for a bench trial in this matter.
That I have, yep.
October 7th at 2 p.m. for Acela Davis bench trial. Live or Zoom? I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch.
Live, please, Your Honor.
a live bench trial on October 7th, 2021 at 2 p.m. Ms. Davis, we're all set. We'll see you October 7th.
Okay, thank you.
And then Mr. Orange, Ms. Davis can go back into the breakout room with Mr.
Thank you, Your
Bowditch. Mary Ann, I'm still here. I'm just looking for, oh, I see it. And we were on Shaylin Wood. This is 21VB01460 A and B, Van Buren Township versus Wood.
Your Honor.
Ma'am, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. It's alleged that on June the 7th, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you failed to stop or identify after a property damage accident. On that same day, June 7th in Van Buren Township, you failed to yield, causing an accident. That's a civil infraction. The first one being a misdemeanor. Misdemeanor is punishable by up to $100 fine and cost of, 90 days in jail and cost of $100 plus, fines of up to $100 plus court costs. Looking to see if there was an offer from the prosecutor. There is no offer in this matter. Before we proceed, do you wish to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or did you intend to represent yourself this morning?
Could I speak to the court-appointed attorney, please?
Court-appointed attorney, have you been back in with Mr. Orange yet, Mr. Bowditch?
He's not here any longer, Mr. Orange.
No, I haven't, Your Honor. I need to go back in with Mr. Orange.
Miss Mary Ann just indicated that he's gone, that he's disappeared from the courtroom. Please go into a breakout room with Miss Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deja Nash. Asmani Rivera.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Give me
Morning,
one
Your Honor.
second. Good morning. Who's Nash?
Me, Deja Nash.
This is 20WM01050OM, Wayne County Airport versus Nash. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. Ma'am, it's alleged that on May 13, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person contrary to law, indicating that you refused to wear a mask as instructed and refused to leave aircraft when instructed. There is an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the disorderly person charge, sentence in this matter could be delayed for a period of 3 months, and as long as you incurred no new criminal offenses and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter would be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or is there some other, would you like to proceed on your own this morning?
Oh, what happened?
Ms. Nash?
Your Honor, okay, I'm just not understanding disorderly conduct in the sentence. Because I did have my mask on. I
Ms.
didn't
Nash?
refuse to get off the plane. They
Ms.
canceled my
Nash?
flight. Yes, Your Honor.
This is the arraignment. This is your first appearance. It's going to be guilty, not guilty, or standing mute. I read the offer that the prosecutor made. You don't have to accept it. If you wish to proceed on your own this morning, we're just at the stage where I've read the allegations to you and the possible penalties. How do you wish to proceed this morning?
So what's in 3 months? Can you explain that to me?
There must be a second device on because I'm hearing feedback from you.
Can you mute me? I said, I'm just asking what is in 3 months? Dismissal to what? Just, I don't understand.
You're asking for this matter to be dismissed? Is that what you said?
Yes.
On what grounds, ma'am?
On a misunderstanding?
We're not at the point yet where we're discussing what happened on that date. This is the arraignment.
Okay,
Guilty,
so-
not guilty, standing mute, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
So if I plead guilty, what did you explain?
Ms. Nash, is there something else that has your attention this morning?
I'm writing it down.
I'm going to suggest that you go in with the court-appointed attorney.
No, I'm
Discuss
asking.
the offer that I've read now twice.
No, I don't want to talk to a appointed lawyer because that's going to take up too much time. I just want to understand what am I pleading guilty to?
The charge that I read to you, which is being a disorderly person.
Sorry.
And then what is the plea deal? If you don't mind me asking.
For the third time, that sentence will be delayed for a period of 90 days. That so long as you incurred no new criminal offenses during that time and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. My question originally was, do you wish to accept this offer? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney? Or would you like to proceed with the arraignment on your own?
Okay, I would like to be guilty and proceed on my own.
Is it you're pleading guilty or you'd like to accept the offer made by the prosecutor?
I'd like to accept the offer by the prosecutor.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see or cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatening anything, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on May 13, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person contrary to law?
I was a disorderly person contrary to law, yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. Is there anything that you'd like to say before the court impose fines and costs in this matter?
I'm just sorry. I'd never been through court before, number one. Number two, I had my mask on. Our flight got canceled.
I'm sorry, what is the other device? I'm still hearing feedback, which is impacting my ability to hear you.
Mr. Rivera is my fiance, so I'm the same. That's all. But
Is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes a sentence in this matter?
No, you can go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm sorry. And they refunded me back my money. So I don't think, like, if I was that disorderly, why would you refund me back my money? You get what I'm saying? You sent my luggage to where I was going. So I feel like if I was disorderly or that bad or whatever the case may be, you wouldn't even have done that. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have been like, I'm not dealing with you. I'm taking
So, Ms. Nash, is it that you wish to withdraw your guilty plea and have this matter scheduled for pretrial?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking. You know, because I don't even get how I was disorderly. I had my mask on. I was on the plane. I got off the plane. You refunded me my money. I had my 2 children with me as well. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just explaining. Like,
Is there anything else you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs, ma'am?
you can go ahead and do the cost. Thank you.
Mr. Mena, is there anything you'd like to say this morning? Mr. Mena?
I'm sorry, Judge, I forgot that I muted myself. No, nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Nash, the court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75. There's mandatory state costs of $50. And there's a fund fee of 20, that's $445, ma'am. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, please contact the court's collection department. You can do it online at the court's website, or you can call the number on your notice to appear and speak to the collections department to make arrangements. Have a good day, ma'am. This is 21WM015580M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Paige Duchini.
For the record, Your Honor, James Maddox appearing on behalf of the airport.
Chris Baldwin on behalf of Mr. Duchenne.
Duchini, thank you. State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Paige Duchesne.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Baldwin, how are we proceeding?
It's my understanding that there's been an offer extended by Mr. Mena, that is that there would be a non-reporting delayed sentence of 3 months in exchange for a guilty plea. There would be a dismissal at the end of that 3 months, so long as the fines and costs are paid and there are no further criminal law violations. It's also my understanding that the firearm in question would be returned at the end of the 3 months if that 3-month delayed sentence is successfully completed and the case dismissed at that time. Mr. Mena, have I misstated anything?
You have not. That's the correct recitation of the agreement.
And it is my understanding that Ms. Duchini plans to plead guilty pursuant to that agreement, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you've heard the comments made by your attorney this morning,
Yes, I have.
and you understand the rights that you're waiving if you enter a plea of guilty this morning.
I do.
Knowing all that, and after consultation with Mr. Baldwin, you still wish to tender a plea of guilty.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 8, 2021, at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a firearm through the checkpoint?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Baldwin?
I am, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of the checkpoint violation, as previously discussed by and between the parties. Sentencing this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by this court. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal. The previously seized firearm may be returned to you. Mr. Baldwin, is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes the fines and costs in this matter?
2 things, Your Honor. First of all, I will let the court know that Mr. Cheney has paid the civil penalty side of things. She is looking forward to getting this behind her as quickly as possible. Given the civil penalties there, we would request any leniency in the fines and costs if allowable by the court. Further, Your Honor, if this is the time, I would request that any conditions be placed on this allow Mr. Cheney to travel freely as she has some travel plans over the next 3 months.
Thank you, sir. There's a notation in the file, making a notation in the file that she may travel during this 3-month period of time. The court will impose $500 fine, $200 cost, $75 crime victim, $50 state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $845. If your client needs more than 30 days to pay that amount, she may contact the court's collection department either by email or phone and set up a payment plan with them. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Baldwin?
Does that travel allow out of state and out of country travel, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Do you have any other questions? No other questions or information. Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate the court's time.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, excuse me,
Dominique Ruffin.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Oh,
No, who was that just hollering out?
ma'am, this is David Morgan. I think I was scheduled to have my court hearing at about 9:15 or 9:50 a.m. I was just curious if maybe I was skipped over or missed, possibly.
You're not. You're right after Miss Ruffin. We are on 9:50.
Okay.
Every time I start
Thank
going
you,
down
ma'am.
the timeline and people scream out, we have to start all over
Sorry,
again.
ma'am.
So we're
Sorry.
back on
I'm
Miss
sorry.
Ruffin.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Your Honor.
Here's the issue. You would not physically appear in this courthouse and scream out from the gallery. Everyone who is on the phone will be seen this morning. Everyone who's in the court's electronic courtroom will be seen this morning. We are moving as quickly as we can. This is 20WM02336 A and B and 20WM02325 OM. These are Wayne County Airport versus Dominique Ruffin.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
I'm here also.
Ms.
dear.
Ruffin?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Thank
here.
you, ma'am. These cases are scheduled for arraignment and pretrial this morning. Ms. Ruffin, the first case is from August 23rd, 2020 at Wayne County Airport. It's alleged that you defrauded the innkeeper. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's a second defrauding innkeeper from September 8th, 2020, again at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus. Again, defrauding the innkeeper, misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. The third case is from August 23rd, 2020, where it's alleged that you drove while your license was suspended. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There is an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the added count of no operator's license on your person, that the other matters would be dismissed, the driving while license suspended, and both defrauding innkeepers would be dismissed. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own this morning, ma'am?
I would like to proceed on my own because this whole situation is deceivement.
And Ms. Ruffin, how would you like to proceed with as to the arraignment?
Not guilty.
Ma'am, the court will enter the plea of not guilty. Will set your bond at $1,000 personal, which means you do not need to post any money in this matter, but what you do need to do is appear at your next court date.
Okay. Now, is there a possible way I can explain this to you? Because I feel like I was deceived about this case.
Ma'am, not right now, because today is just the arraignment. You can discuss the matter at the pretrial. That pretrial will be set for October the 7th, 2021 at 9:50 a.m. And that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Anything else, Ms. Ruffin?
No, thank you. Just hold your mute
We're
for
all
the rest
set.
of the day.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day. David Morgan. This is 21VB00153 A, B, and C, 21VB01164, and 20VB0273B. These are all Van Buren Township versus David Morgan. Appearances, please.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Mr. Bowditch, you're muted.
For the record, Your Honor, I apologize for Ms. Manarino. I interrupted her and I didn't. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Morgan. Your Honor, I would need a breakout room. I need several.
Mary Ann is sending you the invite.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mary Ann. This is 21WM01052OM, Wayne County Airport versus Daryl Bird.
For the record, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Edward Martell, P85051 of the Perkins Law Group on behalf of Daryl Bird. And I believe Mr. Bird is in the waiting room, Your Honor.
I see him on the screen.
Oh, I do see Mr. Bird. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Bird. Please take your name for the record.
Good morning, Daryl Bird.
Okay, Mr. Bird, you consent to this hearing via Zoom, correct?
Yes,
And also you consent to me standing in for the attorney of record, Mohammed Manasser. Is that also correct?
yes, correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
This matter was scheduled for final pretrial this morning. How are we proceeding, Mr. Mena?
Your Honor, I believe after discussions with Mr. Martell, that Mr. Byrd is going to tender a guilty plea, but I'll leave that to him to confirm.
Your Honor, if I may, we are prepared to submit a plea of no contest this morning as charged.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And that is on the basis of anticipated civil liability, specifically cost and fines from the DSA. Your Honor, if I may, in addition, to my understanding, Brother Counsel has no objections to fines and costs in this matter.
I have no objection. That's up to the court to assess.
Mr. Byrd, were you able to hear the conversations had by the attorneys this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is your understanding that you will be tendering a plea of guilty, you'll be tendering a no contest plea in this matter?
Yes,
And the court may rely upon the police report for the factual basis for the plea, Mr. Martell?
That is correct, Your Honor.
What is the status of the administrative hearing with TSA?
Your Honor, I would have to check with the attorney of record on that. I cannot say with certainty. Apologies.
The concern is, don't have a concern with taking the no contest plea. It's imposing fines and costs with the outstanding TSA matter. If you're okay with me proceeding with the fines and costs, I'm happy to do so.
We are certainly okay with proceeding, Your Honor.
Okay. You're gonna assess a fine of $500, cost of $300, $75 crime victims, $50 state cost mandatory, and $20 fund fee. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Martell?
Nothing further, nothing for defense, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're all set in this matter. Mr. Byrd, good luck to you with TSA, sir.
thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Barbie. Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second. Who? Mr. Lamar, is that the story, Marianne? Lamar, Attorney Lamar, sorry,
Yes,
has a mandatory meeting at noon. Who's your client, please, ma'am?
Mr. Ware, he's present, Judge.
Do you want to speak to the prosecutor or your client in this matter?
We're ready to proceed, Judge.
That's correct, Judge.
This is 21WM011960M, Wayne County Airport versus Billy Ray Ware Jr.
For the record, Your Honor, Chase Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
Janae Lamar for Mr. Ware, who's present via Zoom.
Mr. Ware, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please.
Hey, Billy Ray Ware Jr.
Thank you. This matter was adjourned from July 1st, 2021 at the defendant's request. How are we proceeding this morning, Ms. Lamar?
Judge, at this time, Mr. Mena has relayed an offer for delayed sentence, and Mr. Ware does wish to avail himself to that offer. He understands the potential fines associated with it, and he wants to enter that plea today.
And Mr. Mena, is it the plea that's in the file, the 3-month delayed?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Ware, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind, you won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf, or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
Knowing that, you still wish to tender a plea of guilty this morning to the sole count of checkpoint violation?
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened anything, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Mr. Ware, is it true that on May 26, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a dangerous weapon through the checkpoint? What was that dangerous weapon, sir?
It was my firearm.
And that is in fact true that you did carry the firearm through the checkpoint or attempt to?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Lamar?
Satisfied, Judge.
Mr. Ware, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of the checkpoint violation as previously discussed by and between the parties. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal. The firearm that was seized may be returned at the successful completion of this non-reporting probation. Is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are assessed, ma'am?
Yes, Judge. I would just like for this honorable court to know that this was a mistake that happened, and I would likely attribute that mistake to Mr. Ware's huge entrepreneurial spirit. He's always moving and on the go. He is sincere and understands the seriousness of the incident that occurred, and he's just ready to move on from this incident.
Thank you, ma'am. The court's
You're
going to
welcome.
impose a fine of $500, cost of $200, crime victims of $75, state cost of $50, and fund fee of $20. That's $845. If your client needs more than 30 days to pay that amount, he can contact the court's collection department go online and submit an email request for a payment plan. If he's able to pay within the 30 days, he can either go online and pay it, he can mail it to the court, or he can bring it to the court. Anything else, Ms. Lamar?
Nothing additional, Judge. Thank you so much for the court's time.
Thank you. Have a good day and good luck to you, Mr. Ware.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. This is 21-WM01485, Wayne County Airport versus Clifford Barbie.
For the record, Your Honor, Chase Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Barbie, unmute yourself and state your name, please, sir.
Ma'am, I didn't pick the time court date.
The answer is no, because he had 2 charges of DWLS.
Yes.
So the answer.
All right, can you hear me now?
Ms. Manarino.
Hello,
She's on her way
Mr.
back.
Barbie, state your name for me, please.
Clifford Barbie.
Mr. Barbie, today is day and time set for your arraignment and pretrials alleged that on June 25th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a breach of security. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There is an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty as charged, the court will delay sentence in this matter for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses in this 3-month period of time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own this morning?
I accept the prosecutor's offer.
Mr. Barbie, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call any witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Is it true, Mr. Barbie, that on June 25th, 2021, you breached the security of the airport at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus by failing to comply with requests made to you by security?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Barbie, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of breach of security. Again, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days, so long as you pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. Is there anything you'd like to say to the court before those fines and costs are assessed?
Well, Your Honor, I don't travel by air much. Matter of fact, this was my first trip in over 25 years. So I wasn't familiar with all the procedures. I had my grandson with me. The airport was crowded. And as our luggage went through the x-ray machine, my grandson's luggage came out. Mine never showed. People behind me, their luggage came through. And at this point, I'm looking for my luggage. And my grandson said, "There's yours there, Grandpa." So I looked up, there's my luggage. We were in a rush, late to make the flight. And I didn't see any kind of posting. Nobody mentioned to me that I had to go through secondary inspection. So I just grabbed my bags and we tried to make our flight. And that's what happened. It was like an honest mistake. And I'm truly sorry if I caused any interruption to TSA. I mean, they assessed me a $700 fine already that I have to pay them. So I'm just asking the court for a little leniency.
Mr. Barbie, I appreciate you for the explanation. And what the court is going to do is assess a fine of $300, cost of $200, crime victims of 75, state mandatory costs of 50, and a fund fee of 20. That's $645, sir. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, please go on the court's website and submit a request for a payment plan, or contact the court's collection department and establish a payment plan.
Okay,
Anything else this morning?
that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbie. Have a good day. Mr. Bowditch, you're back with Mr. Morgan.
Your Honor, I need 3 breakout rooms. I can go back with Mr. Morgan if you wish, but I also need a breakout room with Miss Wood and Mr. Orange.
Do you want them
Marianne
all?
will facilitate that. Thank you.
Jeff, do you want them all in the same room? I mean, do you want them all at once?
Oh, no, but those are the ones I
Okay.
need, Marianne.
Got it. Okay, I'll put you back in with Mr. Morgan. Hold on.
Thank you.
Robert Mosry. Michael Salami. Bianca Stewart. Jasmine Wallace. Pauletta Wainwright. John Mathna.
I'm here, Your Honor.
I see you, Mr. Mathna. Thank you so very much, sir. This is 21WM01499OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus John Mathna. State your name for me, please, sir.
John Mathna, John David Mathna.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrials alleged that on June 28, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon through the checkpoint. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty as charged, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. And as long as you commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or do you wish to proceed on your own this morning?
Is there any way to know the costs involved before I make the plea?
What is it that you carried through the checkpoint, sir?
It was a knife and a prosthetic device. I forgot it was there.
It'll be on the order of about $745, sir.
Can I plead for leniency on that due to health setbacks?
Mr. Mathna, are you wishing to accept the plea, or are you wishing to proceed in some other way this morning?
I guess I'd like, yeah. I guess I'll proceed and ask for leniency because of health reasons.
Okay, and Mr. Mathna, are you accepting the offer made by the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
Sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily? Have you been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true that on June 28, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon to the checkpoint?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Mathner, the court accepts your plea of guilty in this matter. As previously indicated, sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months. As long as you commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court in a 3-month period of time, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Prior to taking your plea, you asked about the court's fines and costs. I gave you an indication of what the usual fine and cost is. You're asking for leniency in this matter. Sir, what is it you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed?
My employment has been disrupted because of the pandemic, and also I have an ongoing illness that it prevents me from earning a living otherwise. So I would just like to hope that there's leniency in the fining part of it. I went through the checklist. I completely forgot that the knife was down inside of the prosthetic. It was a
I'm sorry, the knife was down inside of what?
prosthetic. So I have the prosthetic here. If you see the opening there, and that's where I always keep it, and I just completely forgot about it. And you know, I didn't even think twice about it, and then it all went down. So.
Mr. Mathner, the court, was there something else you wanted to say, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for the explanation this morning. Mr. Mathner, the court's going to assess a fine of $300, cost of $100, $75 crime victim, $50 mandatory state cost, and fund fee of $20. That's $545. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can contact the court's collection department to establish a payment plan in this matter. Anything further, Mr. Mathner?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Oops, sorry, Mary Ann. We're all set. Have a good day, sir. Robert LeGrant. Lovejoy, Mr. Martell, 21WM00145OT. This is Wayne County Airport versus James Lovejoy.
The record, Your Honor, James Mona appearing on behalf of the airport.
And good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. May it please this most honorable court, Edward Martell, P85051 of the Perkins Law Group on behalf of James Lovejoy. Mr. Lovejoy, please state your name for the record.
James Lovejoy.
Mr. Lovejoy, you consent to this hearing via Zoom, is that correct?
Sure.
And you also
Yes.
consent, yes? Okay, and you also consent to me standing in for the attorney of record, Mohammed Nasser, is that also correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding, Mr. Mena?
Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Lovejoy is going to tender a guilty plea on this charge.
Your Honor, if I may,
Absolutely.
just for a little bit more clarification, similar to the last case where I was before the court, this is a TSA matter, and my understanding is we were going to tender a no contest due to anticipated civil liability with the TSA related to fines and costs. No contest is charged.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, also similarly, and of course, at the discretion of the court, it's my understanding that brother counsel has no objection to fines and costs on this as well.
That's correct, Judge. But that's within the discretion of the court.
Thank you. And the court is to rely on the police report for the factual basis in as much as this is a no contact plea. I'm sorry, no contest, please, Mr. Martell.
Yes, Your Honor, please and thank you.
Mr. Lovejoy, you've heard the comments made by the attorneys this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding that there's going to be a no contest plea in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And this involves a charge of of a forged, altered, or false operator's license or ID on January 6, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus.
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Martell?
Defense is satisfied. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts the no contest plea in this matter. As to fines and costs, any comment, Mr. Martell?
Mr. Lovejoy is 51 years of age, is gainfully employed, has substantial community ties, lifelong Wayne County resident, and of course has retained counsel. It is our wish and hope that a sentence of fines and costs will be imposed, for which we will put, Mr. Lovejoy will pay expeditiously.
Thank you, sir. Fine in this matter will be $500, cost of $300, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $945. If Mr. Lovejoy needs more than 30 days to pay this amount, he can go onto the court's website and submit a request for a payment plan, or he can call the court's collection department and
Thank you, Your
establish a
Honor.
payment plan. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Martell?
Nothing for defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for your patience this morning, Mr. Lovejoy. Have a good day and good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bowditch, have you had a chance to speak to Mr. Morgan in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. We're requesting an adjournment in this matter. I did receive discovery. There is some things that Mr. Morgan and I wish to review.
Thank you. The court did receive a chat message from Mr. Morgan. I'm only indicating that because he asked, was he free to go, and where is my next court date? His matter will be adjourned to November the 4th, 2021 at 10:20 a.m. And that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's not, no, not 10:20, it's 9:30, 9:30.
On November 4th, Your Honor?
On November 4th at 9:30 with Judge Green in courtroom number 3.
Thank you. I'll be calling you, Mr. Morgan.
All right, thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we're ready on Ms. Wood.
One 460 A and B, these are Van Buren Township versus Wood. Mr. Bowditch and Ms. Manarino, the court notes your appearance along with that of Ms. Wood. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bowditch, with this arraignment and pretrial?
Your Honor, as far as the arraignment, we waive formal reading, stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Ms. Wood wishes to plead guilty to 2 counts, failed to yield.
Ms. Wood, were you able to hear Mr. Bowditch this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding that you'll be pleading responsible to 2 counts of failure to yield?
Your Honor, I apologize. That was not the offer that was made on this matter.
Oh,
She's not, she's pleading on the nose.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a plea as charged. There was a misdemeanor and a civil infraction, and there was no offer on the matter.
thank you.
The plea is on the nose, Your Honor.
The plea is on the nose, but it's not 2 failure to yield. It's 1 failure to yield, which is a civil infraction. And the other one is the misdemeanor failure to stop or identify after a property damage accident.
We'd be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor responsible to the civil infraction.
Thank you. Ms. Wood, were you able to hear the comments that the attorneys just had?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to the civil infraction of failing to yield on June the 7th, 2021 in Van Buren Township?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, is it also true that you like to tender a plea of guilty to the sole misdemeanor in this matter, failure to stop or identify after a property damage accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on June 7, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you failed to stop and or identify yourself after a property damage accident?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the misdemeanor charge in this matter. Is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Wood, as to the civil infraction failing to yield, the court has fines and costs of $195. As for the misdemeanor matter of failing to stop or identify after a property damage accident, the court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $100, crime victims of $75, state costs of $50, and fund fee of $20. Ms. Wood, you may contact the court's collection department if you need to make a payment plan in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
We're all set, Ms. Wood. Have a good day.
Am I able to leave an address that you guys can send paperwork to?
Are you able to what, ma'am?
Can I leave an address where you guys can send the paperwork to?
Yes, ma'am. What is that address, please?
It is 32142 Melton Street in Westland, Michigan.
Melton?
Melton, yes.
In Westland?
Yes, ma'am. 48186.
Anything else, Ms. Wood?
What was the full total altogether in the charge? I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, it's fine. It's $195 for the civil infraction. I did not add the misdemeanor, but I will. 375 plus 50 plus 445, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You as well.
Thank you. Darnell May. Somo Saeed. Corey McDonald. Yes, thank you, Mr. McDonald. I see you.
Afternoon.
This is 21WM015020M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Corey McDonald.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, today is the day and time for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on May 25th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you defrauded an innkeeper, that being Standard Parking. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fine of $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to defrauding an innkeeper and pay a restitution of $26, sentence matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. And so long as you committed no new criminal violations during this time and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own in some other fashion this morning?
What do you want to do? Proceed? My son said proceed on.
Whose case is it?
This is for Corey McDonald. I'm his father.
No, sir, you cannot speak for him unless you're a licensed attorney here in the state of Michigan. Mr. McDonald, Corey McDonald, how do you wish to proceed, sir?
Proceed
Proceed how, sir?
with the offer. Your Honor, may I speak?
Absolutely.
The reason why I'm here is because my son is autistic. So I was here for him. I coordinated, took time off work for him to go through to find out what's going on. I don't know all the details. So I wanted to be here with my son to find out what's going on.
I understand that, sir. The issue is that you're not allowed to speak for him unless you're a licensed attorney here in the state of Michigan. If you're there to provide support for him, I understand, sir, and I'll be as accommodating as possible.
Understood.
Is he able to answer the questions I'm asking?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, then I'm going to ask, thank you. Mr. McDonald,
He's here.
you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You give the right to call witnesses on your own behalf. or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Okay.
Mr. McDonald,
Yeah.
do you understand the questions I'm asking?
Yeah.
Sir, you wish to plead guilty this morning to the defrauding of an innkeeper.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Bowditch,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you mind going into a breakout room really quickly with Mr. McDonald?
No, Your Honor. I'm still waiting to meet with Mr. Orange also, but I'll do Mr. McDonald first.
Is Mr. Orange back?
No, he's not.
He never
Thank
came
you.
back? All right. Sorry, Mary Ann. I was hoping he'd come back.
Oh. Pranaj, Mr. Pranaj? I'm not pronouncing
Yes.
that right.
Yes, ma'am.
This is 21WM01505, Wayne County Airport versus, pronounce your last name for me, sir.
Pranaj.
Pranaj. Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrials alleged that on May 23rd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you defrauded an innkeeper, that being Central Parking, to the tune of $32. This is a misdemeanor punishable up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty as charged, since in this matter will be delayed for a period of no time period, Mr. Mena, 90 days?
90 days, Your Honor.
For a period of 90 days and commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs and the restitution assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to the arraignment in this matter?
I accept the offer.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind, you won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I do.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Not me, somebody else.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Is it true that on May 23rd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you defrauded an innkeeper, that being Central Parking?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of defrauding an innkeeper, since in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, as previously indicated. Is there anything you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs in this matter?
I just wanted to explain what happened, if I could.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. My brother had to take a flight, and I gave him my car. So when I went to pick it up, I couldn't find a ticket. And then I was there with my wife, and what happened was I was in a rush, so I couldn't find a ticket, so I let her go in front of me. I went right after her. And then I thought they would send me like a ticket on the mail. What happened was a couple weeks later, I had to leave the country because I had some family emergency in Europe. And when I came back, it was about a month later. And then I just received the court notice. So that's why I wasn't able to take care of it before.
Anything else, sir?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The court's going to impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, or $75 crime victims, $32 restitution to Central Parking, $50 state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's a total of $377. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, please contact the court's collection department or go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan, okay?
No problem. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all.
Have a good day, Mr. Pranaj.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 21WM01522. This is Wayne County Airport versus Leish Marie Rivera.
The record, Your Honor, Jason Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Rivera? The court received a chat from Ms. Rivera at 10:40 indicating that she needed to leave to go to school.
She's coming back out, Judge. She went into a breakout room.
Breakout room with whom?
When I opened them up, she automatically went back in.
While we're waiting for Ms. Rivera to come back, I understand that some of you have been waiting for quite some time. Trust and believe that I'm trying to get through these cases. We are on the case schedule for 10:40 a.m. Please be patient. We are getting through them. Ms. Rivera.
Just wait here. I'm gonna smoke real quick. I can't speak.
Ma'am, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on July 2nd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed the misdemeanor checkpoint violation that's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to this checkpoint violation, sentence in this matter could be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses during this period of time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court. The matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to the arraignment on your own?
I want to take it under advisement.
You wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor?
I haven't even talked to the prosecutor, so.
I'm watching all the
Ma'am,
cases. Jameer, it's funny.
That's somebody else talking.
whoever that is talking, Marianne, put them out, please. Ms. Rivera, I read the offer that was being made by the prosecutor. Do you wish to speak to the prosecutor?
Can you reread it? I'm sorry, because that person was talking.
The offer from the prosecutor, similar to the other ones made this morning, that if you plead guilty to the checkpoint violation, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, and so long as you commit no new criminal violations and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, that the matter will be reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 90 days. My question to you is, do you wish to accept this offer? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to the arraignment on your own this morning?
No, I'm going to plead not guilty.
You want to plead not guilty?
Yes.
Absolutely, ma'am. The court's going to enter a plea of not guilty in this matter. Set your bond at $3,000 personal.
Okay.
You don't need to post any money, but what you do need to do is appear at your next scheduled court date. That will be a pretrial on October the 7th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. And that will be with Judge Green in courtroom number 3.
Okay.
Anything else this morning, Ms. Rivera?
No, thank you so much, and you have a beautiful day.
Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Kevin Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 21WM00843OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kevin Brown.
For the record, Your Honor, Jason Mann appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Brown, state your name for the record, please.
Kevin M. Brown.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on April 19, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a breach of security at the airport by entering security-sensitive area without complying with security. This is misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty, sentence in this matter can be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal violations during this time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to your arraignment this morning?
I'd like to proceed.
And how would you like to proceed, Mr. Brown?
Guilty.
Sir, are you pleading guilty, accepting the offer made by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I haven't.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brown, is it true that on April 19, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation?
Yes.
I'm sorry, a breach of security.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the breach of security. What is it that happened at the airport on April 19th?
Okay, yeah, I was with a couple of friends. We went to board our flight, and I guess the attendants were gone early. I guess they left the post early, and we didn't know. It was just a bad judgment mistake. But I did write a letter in back in April. I did write a letter to the PSA explaining what happened.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, the court's going to impose a fine of $300, cost of $100, crime victims of $75, mandatory state cost of $50, and a fund fee of $20. That is $545. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, please contact the court's collection department or go online and submit an email request for a payment plan. Anything else this morning, Mr. Brown?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so very much, sir. Have a good day.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Walsh. Mary Walsh.
Yes.
This court did receive a chat from Ms. Walsh indicating that she was scheduled for 9:20. This case has previously been called twice. This is 21BB014260M, Van Buren Township versus Mary Ann Walsh.
Yes.
Ma'am, today is a day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. It's alleged that on July 26, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you committed the misdemeanor of retail fraud. This is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There is, I was looking to see if you had an offer in this matter, Ms. Manarino.
771 for 6 months.
There's an offer from the prosecutor. Ma'am, if you plead guilty to the retail fraud charge, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. So long as you committed no new criminal offenses and paid the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Would you like to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to the arraignment on your own?
I'll take the offer, Your Honor.
Ma'am, before I take your plea in this matter, I have previously disclosed on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this comment only because Van Buren Township is the law enforcement agency that issued the citation in this matter. Do you still wish to proceed with the plea?
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. You won't have the, yes?
Yeah. Sorry.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ms. Walsh, is it true that on July 26, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you entered the Walmart and concealed property valued at $226.13 without tendering payment for that property?
Yes, I tried to pay them for it, but they wouldn't accept it.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino, is there any request for restitution from Walmart?
There is not.
Ms. Walsh, the court accepts your plea in this matter. Again, the sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. Court will assess a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's crime victims of $75. There's mandatory state costs of $50, and there's a fund fee of $20. That's $445, ma'am. If you need more than 30 days to pay that, please contact the court's collections department, or you can go online and submit an email request for a payment plan in this matter. There is also an order for fingerprints in this matter. Ms. Walsh, does your phone number still end in 2166?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, you're going to need to present to the Van Buren Township Police Department to have your fingerprints taken in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Walsh?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
We're all set, ma'am. Have a good day. Thank
You
you.
too.
Roger Thomas.
I'm here, Your Honor. Can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can hear you, sir. I'm just trying to grab the file. Give me 1 second.
Take your time, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Thomas, I saw your file when I pulled you out the first time you raised your hand. 21WM015250M, Wayne County Airport versus Roger Thomas. Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial in this matter. It's alleged that on July 2nd, 2021, at Wayne County Airport located in the city of Romulus, you committed a breach of security. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There is a offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty as charged, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days. So long as you commit no new criminal offenses and you pay the fines and costs assessed by this court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed to the arraignment on your own this morning?
I accept the arraignment by the prosecutor, Your Honor.
Mr. Thomas, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yeah, I accept, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Sorry?
I said you haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Oh, negative, Your Honor. I haven't.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor. I did push the door.
Mr. Thomas, is it true that on July 2nd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a breach of the security?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. But can I explain?
Satisfied, Mr. Mena? He's muted, but he says yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Thomas, the court accepts your plea of guilty. The sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you commit no new criminal offenses during that time, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. You were starting to offer an explanation, sir, before the court imposed the fines and costs in this matter. What is it that you were trying to say?
Well, what happened was, I had paid for a first-class ticket. I'm actually in the military. So, I had to make sure I got back to my base on time. So, I kind of got the boarding departure and the gate departure confused. So I went to get some food, and when I got to my terminal, the door was closed, and I knocked on it, and I just pushed the door, and it just went open. I've never been arrested in my life, never had a misdemeanor. This never happened to me before. So when I pushed the door, the alarm went off, and they had to take action. So I didn't intend to get on the plane. I just was wondering. I just didn't want to miss my flight because I was on a deadline. And me being active duty, I didn't want to be AWOL and get in trouble with the military.
Mr. Thomas, what branch of the service?
I'm in the United States Army, Your Honor.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, in light of his explanation, we would be willing to amend it to a double parking with a $200 fine.
Mr. Thomas, did you hear that from the prosecutor?
I did, and I'm so elated. I'm willing to pay that $200 fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Thomas, is it true that on July 2nd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport, you were double parked contrary to law?
I'm sorry?
Is it true that on July 2nd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
You said double parked?
Yes, sir.
No. I was not double parked.
Mr. Thomas.
I get it. Yes, Your Honor, I was.
Mr. Thomas, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking. The misdemeanor will be dismissed. Your fine will be $200. Can you pay that within 30 days?
I can pay within a week, Your Honor.
Go onto the court's website Make your payment, mail it into the court, or bring it to the court. Again, thank you for your service. Thank you for your patience. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kashari Wesley Daniel. Yakata Givens. I see you shaking your head, Ms. Givens. I'm with you. Trust me. 21WM01533OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Yakata Givens.
For the record, Your Honor, Jason Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Ms. Givens, I'm just now seeing your message. Thank you very much. I don't know what happened to it. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. Ma'am, it's alleged that on July 3rd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines up to $500 plus court costs. There is an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the checkpoint violation, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, and so long as you committed no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter would be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own to the arraignment this morning?
Yeah. No, I don't accept the agreement.
Okay. How do you wish to proceed, ma'am?
I will wish to proceed on my own.
Okay, and for purposes of arraignment, how do you like to proceed, ma'am?
I would like to plead no contest.
Mr. Mena, do you have any objection to that?
Her pleading no contest? No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Gibbons, you have no objection to the court relying on the police report for the factual basis of your plea?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, inasmuch as Mr. Mena does not object, the court has accepted your no contest plea. Is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed, ma'am?
Yes, that day I actually checked. I thought I checked thoroughly. Clearly I did not, because I was not aware that that comb knife was in my purse. This is a first for me. I'm not working. I'm actually going to therapy right now from being in a car accident. So I received a letter after the date is set to turn it in about paying a $245 in full payment, and it will be dismissed. And I was hoping I could still have time to do that.
What, ma'am, I don't know what 245 you're referring to.
It says TSA will accept a $245 as full payment, and this notice will serve as an ordering assessing civil penalty, and the case will be closed.
That's TSA. That's the administrative. This is a separate and distinct misdemeanor.
Okay.
Does that change how you're proceeding this morning, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, the court has accepted your no contest plea. The court is going to impose the following: fine of $500, cost of $200, crime victims of $75, mandatory state cost of $50, and a fund fee of $20. That's $845. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can contact the court's collection department or go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Gibbons?
No, that'll be all.
Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you.
They call you serious.
Mr. Hendren, this is 21WM01538OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus David Matthew Hendren.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial in this matter. It's alleged that on July 5th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the checkpoint violation, Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses during this time and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own this morning?
Would the attorney just clarify the matters and what that might mean in its entirety?
You're going to go into the breakout room with Mr. Bowditch in just one moment. There's one matter I need to dispose of, and then you'll join him there. Mr. Bowditch, we're back on the record in the McDonald matter, 1502. Did you have an opportunity to speak to Corey McDonald?
Yes, Your Honor, and I reviewed it with him. I need to go back in a breakout room with Mr. McDonald only briefly.
Mr. McDonald and then Mr. Hendren, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Ann. Damian Williams. Brian Hazard. Alec Perry. Nikedra Triplett. Anthony Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, give me half a hot second.
Thank you.
This is 21WM015570M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Anthony Johnson.
For the record, Your Honor, James Smith appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes,
where are you, sir?
right here.
On the phone, thank you. Mr. Johnson, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial, sir. It's alleged that on July 3rd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed the misdemeanor of malicious destruction of property less than $200. This is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor. There is no offer from the prosecutor. They only ask for a plea to the malicious destruction of property. For purposes of arraignment, sir, were you looking to proceed on your own this morning, or were you looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney?
I had a court-appointed attorney, John.
Mr. Johnson, there's two other files in front of you with Mr. Bowditch. If you wait momentarily, when he's done with those other two people, he'll take you into a breakout room.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowditch, are you back? Are you back with Mr. McDonald?
Ready to go on McDonald, Your Honor.
Recalling 1502, the case for McDonald. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. McDonald. Your Honor, today's the date and time for arraignment, waive formal reading, stand mute. As far as the pretrial, we wish to take the mercy of the prosecutor. Mr. McDonald would plead guilty to the violation, hoping it would be taken under a deferred 771 for 3 months. And he's willing to pay the $26 for the parking violation.
Mr. McDonald,
Yeah.
you've had the chance to talk to Mr. Bowditch,
Yeah.
and he's discussed your rights with you,
Yes.
and you wish to plead guilty, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald, is it true that on May 25th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport, you defrauded an innkeeper, that being Standard Parking?
Yeah.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court accepts your plea in this matter, Mr. McDonald, as previously indicated. Since we'll be delayed for a period of 3 months, if you incur no new criminal offenses, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. The court is going to impose minimal fines in this matter, that being $100 fine, $100 costs. There's $75 crime victims fee, $26 restitution to Standard Parking, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's a total of $371. If you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, please contact the court's collection department to establish a payment plan. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald, you're free to go. Thank you for your patience, sir. And Mr. Bowditch, if you would join Mr. Hendren in the breakout room, I'd appreciate it, sir. Thank you. This is Miss Abdullah, 21WM01862, Alea Abdullah.
Yes.
Can you hear
State your
me?
name for me, please, ma'am.
Yes, Alaya Abdullah.
Miss Abdullah, my apologies. Today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial, ma'am. It's alleged that on August 24th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to this checkpoint violation sentence, and this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days. So long as you commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney? Or would you like to proceed on your own to the arraignment?
I accept the offer.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea of guilty this morning, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true that on August 24th, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon, that being a stun gun, through security?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty in this matter. As previously indicated, since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. The court is going to assess fines and costs in this matter. Is there anything you'd like to say before those fines and costs are assessed?
Yes. So I got to pay $500 to the 34th District Court.
No, ma'am, that's not what I said. That's the maximum penalty.
Okay, I never did this before, so can you explain it?
I'm sorry?
So what do I do from here?
I have accepted your guilty plea. I have not assessed fines and costs as of yet. I said, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed? Is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf right now?
Yes, it was definitely an accident. I forgot it was in my purse, and I never even been to jail, have a case, none of that. So I forgot it was in my purse when I was going to that. So it was an accident.
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
Ma'am, the court's going to impose a fine of $200, cost of $100, $75 crime victim, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, for a total of $445. Do you need more than 30 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, you can go online to the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit an email request for a payment plan, or you may contact the court's collections department to establish a payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Anthony Johnson, we did that. Dita Love.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, you're waiting to talk to Mr. Bowditch.
Yes.
Tiffany
Thank you,
Tomlin. Yep. Eric Anderson. Mr. Anderson, this is 21WM018110M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Eric Anderson. State your name for the record, please, sir.
Eric Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial, sir. It's alleged that on August 16, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the checkpoint violation sentence, and this matter will be delayed for a period of 90 days, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor? Would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney, or would you like to proceed on your own to the arraignment?
I'll accept the plea.
Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true that on August 16, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation
Yes,
by having a weapon in your backpack?
yes.
What was that weapon, sir?
I want to say that I suffered a stroke, so you may have a hard time hearing me because I suffered from aphasia. But I was I had just got off of work, and I had taken the flight when I first got off of work, so I didn't have time to check.
My last stop is Jamaica Avenue in Springfield.
I didn't have time to check if my weapon was in my case, and I forgot. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, what was the weapon, sir?
It was a gun.
Okay, was there anything else you wanted to say, sir?
No, just I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for this mishap, and I'll never do it again.
Understood, Mr. Anderson. Again, the sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. The court's going to impose the fine of $500, cost of $200, $75 crime victims, $50 state costs, $20 fund fee. That's $845. Mr. Anderson, if you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, you can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan, or you can call the court's collection department and set up a payment plan with them, okay?
Okay, what's the court's number?
It's on the upper right-hand corner of your notice to appear this morning, the 734 number.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, are you back with Mr. Hendren?
Ready to go, Your Honor.
How are you proceeding in the case that ends 1538? I've noted your appearance, that of Mr. Minna, and that of Mr. Hendren.
Your Honor, we're going to plead guilty to the charge of the violation of the sterile area. We'll plead mute with the arraignment, with the understanding that upon a guilty plea to the violation of the sterile area, that the court will take the file, keep it for 3 months. If he complies with all the wishes of the court will dismiss the matter.
Mr. Hendren, you were able to hear the comments made by Mr. Bowditch just now?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your understanding that it sounds like Mr. Bowditch, you're accepting the offer previously made by Mr. Minna?
Correct.
Mr. Hendren, you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the sole count of the checkpoint violation,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're doing that freely and voluntarily?
Correct.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that on July 5th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon?
That's correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Minna?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendren, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation. Again, sentence is delayed for a period of 3 months. What was the weapon?
It was a pocket knife.
Pocket knife? How big of a pocket knife, sir?
Roughly 5 to 6 inches, I believe.
Mr. Bowditch, anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendren, the court's going to impose a fine of $300, cost of $200, or $75 crimes victims, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $645. Do you need more than 30 days to pay that amount?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Sir, you can either go online and pay it. You can actually come to the court not from Tennessee. You can go online and pay it, or you can mail it into the court, sir.
Great. Is there a
Anything
place?
else in this matter, Mr. Hendren?
Just need to know maybe an address to send it to. Is that online?
It's 11129 Wayne Road, Romulus 48174.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for your patience. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Mr. Furla,
Good morning, Your Honor.
this is, Mary Ann, would you put Mr. Bowditch in with Mr. Anthony Johnson, who's on the phone, please?
Yep, I tried, but he did not join. I'll give it another shot.
Okay. Thank you. 21WM01860OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Joshua Furla.
For the record, Your Honor, Jason Mott appearing on behalf of the airport.
Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial in this matter. So last said on August 23rd, 2021 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. There's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead guilty to the checkpoint violation, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you commit no new criminal offenses and pay the fines and costs assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for dismissal. Would you like to accept the offer made by the prosecutor?
Absolutely.
Would you like the opportunity to speak to the court-appointed attorney or proceed on your own?
No, ma'am, that's not necessary. I would like to accept the offer by the prosecution. Thank you very much.
Mr. Furla, you understand that if the court accepts your plea in this matter, you won't have a trial of any kind. You won't have the opportunity to see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor or present witnesses on your own behalf.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true, sir, that on August 23rd, 2021, you committed a checkpoint violation at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus by carrying a dangerous weapon into the airport?
Indeed, it was a bonehead maneuver, yes.
It was a what?
A bonehead mistake, yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Furla, the court accepts your plea of guilty with a 3-month delayed sentence. What was it that you were carrying?
A knife buried in the bottom of my backpack, similar to everyone else. My boss, it was a business trip. He bought the tickets at the last minute, so I threw my clothes on the bed with the backpack from the closet and told my wife to throw my clothes in the backpack while I hopped in the shower. When he pulled that knife out of my backpack, you could have knocked me over with a feather. So I just
wait. Are you blaming? You're blaming your wife because you had a knife at the airport? That's what it sounded like to me, Mr. Mena.
Sure sounded like it, Your Honor.
I wouldn't even have looked either. I didn't tell her anything about it. I was just like, "Can you throw my clothes in the bag?" I had grabbed it out of the closet because I usually take it with me when I go hiking with the dog. Completely didn't even remember anything about it.
Mr. Furla, how big is the knife?
I don't, like 4 or 5 inches. I'm not 100% sure.
Is there anything else you'd like to say before the court imposes fines and costs of this matter?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to send a letter to your wife. I cannot believe you just blamed her for that. Only because it's a weapon. It's $300 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $545.
Okay.
Do you need more than 30 days to pay that amount, sir?
No, ma'am.
You can pay it online. You can mail it to the court or you can bring it to the court. If you're going to need more than that period of time, please contact the court's collection department, or you can go online to the court's website and submit an email request for a payment plan, okay?
Is there a payment portal on the website to pay it? Like through it for the online payment?
There is a way, yep, there's a way to pay it on the court's website.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
Your Honor, could I?
Have a good day, Mr. Furla.
Could I go in with Mr. Mena, Your Honor?
You can, but sir, yeah, go ahead. Sir, with the beard and the gray shirt, you're on under Arlene. Who are you? What are you here for? What's your name? Yep, you. Unmute yourself, please, sir. You're muted.
Preshern.
I'm sorry?
Presatern.
Thank you.
Number.
Mr. Mena, it's room 4.
This is 21WM01863OT. This is Wayne County Airport versus Michael Preshern.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Preshern, there's an offer from the prosecutor that if you plead responsible to double parking and pay $250, the open intoxicants in the vehicle will be dismissed. Do you wish to plead responsible to the double parking?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on August 24th, 2021, at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible, dismisses the misdemeanor open intoxicants in the vehicle, and assesses a fine of $250. Are you able to pay that amount within 30 days, or do you need more time?
Yes, ma'am. Within the month.
Thank you so very much for your patience this morning, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Gotta drop
There is
down.
somebody else. Mr. Harris?
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Harris?
I'm here.
Oh, thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
21WM01820OM, Wayne County Airport versus Harris.
Your Honor, I'm actually behind the wheel at the moment.
You are what?
Driving the bus, Your Honor. Driving the bus.
Driving the school bus?
No, the city bus for New York City.
The city bus?
I've been in the conference since my lunch break was over 2 hours ago.
Mr. Harris, I've seen you. Trust me, I've been trying to get to you. Are you going to be free anytime soon this afternoon?
Be free in about 30 minutes, Your Honor. But if
30
you have
minutes?
other
Okay.
people, I don't mind staying in the Zoom.
No. Listen, come back on at 1:45, okay?
1:45? How about 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
10 minutes to 2.
You said what?
Would be best. 10 minutes to 2. 10 minutes to 2.
10 minutes to 2 is better for you?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll see you then. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Mary, oh, shoot. There's still Johnson. If Bowers and Johnson come out, let me know.
Mary Ann?
This is Anthony.
Anthony?
Yes.
Yes, Jeff.
Can I go into a breakout room with Mr. Johnson?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's room 2, Jeff.
Thank you, Mary Ann.